Hi everyone, welcome to the first November episode of Britfeel Radio Live. I'm your guest as always. I'm your host as always, not your guest. We will have some guests though, so stay tuned and look forward to those. Um, Although,
Hi
the
everyone.
guest thing isn't 100% guaranteed, but yeah, so it might just be me going through all the posts in Britfeel and rating them. So just let people know that. Um, all the posts in this thread starting. Okay, just make sure people are aware. Just be a moment. Okay, so to start off the thread, as always, we have the opening post. So this one says Pinch Punch First Thread of the Month edition. Now that can be taken a number of ways. The way I read it is this person is pinching themselves because they think it's a dream that this is the first thread of November. Um, so that's quite good. Now the next post here is regarding me. So Moni lost her virginity. Very proud of you, girl. Uh, Brilliant post. Oh, I forgot to rate the opening post. So the opening post, I would give that an 8 out of 10. It's very wholesome. It's not the funniest. It's not the most original. Isn't well, I suppose it's somewhat original. It's just it doesn't break new ground. It's not revolutionary, but it is a nice, friendly post. The post supporting me, that's a 10 out of 10. Next post. I wonder how long before Paulie starts posting without his trip in this thread, misgendering me and thinking I post without my trip. That's a 1 out of 10, mate. Next we have protects his ears from the oral assault of a who's singing Christmas songs. That's quite amusing. That's a solid 9 out of 10, that one. Oh, it doesn't include an image though. That's one of the main issues I have with that one. Um, okay. I'll just let people know in Brit that I am currently live. Um, just a moment. Just a moment. Okay, great. So back to the thread. I experienced public nappy humiliation today for the first time with Nanny Betty. Bit gross, but it's an interesting post. I'll give it a 7 out of 10. Next, 10 stone lifter here. I want everyone to wish me luck for my day. Ready, set, go. Um, well, it didn't get any replies. It deserves a reply. I should have gotten a reply. Someone should have said, good luck. So I'll do that now. Um, Good luck, Baren. I'd put that as a uh, 8 out of 10 post. It's original, something original, and it's a friendly post. Okay, so let's see next. Feeling a bit monged, but don't think it will last long. Smoked, edible. I reckon. Prefer how it tastes all day. No idea how long to expect this to last, but already tempted to do more. So it's a post about drugs. It's an experience. I would give it 6 out of 10. Next, he can't afford his own three-bedroom house with garden and garage in the suburbs of London. Um, I'll give that a 4 out of 10. It's more of a Brit style post. Would love to have a slightly tweaked social credit system over here. Would sort out a lot of the country. That's not a fan of these Chinese apologists and Chinese fans. Um, so I'm gonna have to give that post a 2 out of 10. Um, let's see the next post. So to the people just joining, I'm just going through all the posts in Britfeel and rating them. Okay, so the next post we have is this one here. It's is assassinated after finding out that the upper echelons of the Spaca party leadership is comprised almost entirely of crypto seeders using the highly invasive Abu Jazz to wind up and alienate everyone on Field Street. That's funny-ish. Well, it's trying to be. 7 out of 10. Next. I'm the kind of guy who pretends to be friendly with blacks and Pakis but secretly doesn't like them. That's very true, and I'm glad that a white admitted it. I'll give it a 10 out of 10. We need more honesty like that. Next, I just found out I went to grammar school as a teen. I'm not even smart and my English is bad fucking cack. Again, white admitting that they were privileged. Uh, and yeah, 8 out of 10. When Next one, when you realize it's easier to change a girl into someone you want to be with, right, than it is to find a girl you want to be with. So that's sexist. I would give that a 3 out of 10. But it is trying to give advice to people, so 3.5 out of 10. Next, how do you not know you went to grammar school? Surely it was in the name. Um, well, that's an interesting question. But then again, I was abused when I was a child, and I didn't realize until I was older. So yeah, that's something that does happen. 5 out of 10. So that person didn't understand, but they do just need educating. Next, consider the following. Leave your house. Love that post. Always, I think that's very amusing. 10 out of 10. Next, want to shag a girl I'm attracted to, but it's never going to happen, is it? 10 out of 10. That is funny as well. And it's very honest. I do like that people can self-reflect here. I'm just going to take a sip of water from my flask now. Just got some fireworks out the window. Living in my penthouse suite, I can see them quite well. Lifted here. Before that. Most Britfeelers find it insurmountable task to mention thoughts from my spare bedroom. Why is it such a repeating circumstance amongst hostess here? Oh, that is true. That's something that warrants discussion, but I'm not sure people want to discuss it. Instead, they'd rather just deflect. But I hope that that poster keeps bringing that topic up because it does need to be brought up. So I will give it a 9 out of 10. Um, okay, next we have 10 stone lifter here. Just bought these trousers. Will wear the Stan Smiths 1461 black docs and black jumper with a white shirt underneath. Who here, handsome and fashionable. Oh, that's very nice and adorable. I'll give it a 9 out of 10. It's been quite a nice thread so far. Let's see. So,
Do you not think you should have planned this, maybe?
um, well, I think I have planned it in a way. This is the plan.
You
Get
usually
with the
just go,
program.
Schubert, please help me out, and then you do all the leg work, and you just sort of sit there and bug everyone, maybe.
I've just got some WhatsApp messages to respond to. So just regarding the sitch at work, so the big guy has had a quite a severe discussion with his manager. Apparently they're calling up everyone. They finally clocked on to the fact that quite a lot of people don't do much.
Is
Uh,
this after you reported him to management?
well, from what he said, everyone's being called up because they've caught on to how everyone's quite lazy. Um, so
Are
it
you getting called up?
he I probably won't be because I do a lot of work. It might be that I become the assistant manager off the back of this.
That'd be nice.
It would. Yeah. So well, I'm just responding to his message about when I'm back. You could tell people about the time we had sex.
What?
Just tell people about the time we had sex. Just might be a story that they're interested in.
I had sex or we had sex,
We
because I
had
don't think.
sex.
Yeah, I don't think that happened.
Um, just a sec. So I won't be in these 4 shifts or the next 4. But I'll be in the ones after that.
I don't think you should be saying that we had sex anyway, Pearly. You're going to upset my legions of loyal female listeners and fans.
Okay, so just responding to, we're just going to take a look at the next post now, shall we? My granddad wears those. That's not very nice. But I guess if it's honest, you can't really knock it. I'm going to give it a 6 out of 10. The next post is the outside world is scary, especially getting a job and talking to women. Very true, 10 out of 10. I think a lot of people in this thread can relate to that. Next, we've got checked in.
No, not really. Made my own job easier.
Well, you don't go out, you've got an indoors job and it's not a real job. So I think
It pays more than your job,
there's a
so
lot of denial going on
pays more than your
in
job,
Britfeel.
so
It doesn't pay anything actually.
there it does.
That's not a salary. Do you get a pay slip?
Well, yeah, true. I'm not
Do you have
a
something
I'm
you
not a
can show
licensed
national insurance?
company. No, I'm a sole trader.
Right. Well, let's just move on to the next post. Checked in on a coffin cam and I nearly threw up. Well, that's a unique post. Amusing as well, I suppose. 7 out of 10. Next post, she's not going to shag you. That is funny, 10 out of 10. Um, Next we have, oh, why is my down arrow not working? Uh, so, quote, mummy spare room. It's not spared on me. I'm in it. That is funny, 10 out of 10. Uh, let's see next. It should be spare. Mothers of British feelers up and down the country are distraught. Not only will they never be proud grandparents, they're forced to babysit their adult virgin man-child well into his 30s and beyond. That's a brutal post. Oh, it is. There's some thought went into wording it, and it is quite amusing. I'd give that a 10 out of 10. Um, uh, just responding to another WhatsApp message.
Great radio. What post are you on?
It's post 607230020. 607230020. Just a second.
I'm sure the viewers are on the edge of the seats.
Well, it's listeners, by the way. That's how radio works. It's
Whatever.
different from television. Okay. Next, based granddad. Yeah. Okay. Uh, that's a bit basic. I will ignore that part when rating this post. Next one. Got a date today, lad. Yeah. Big boy has a date tonight, right? Big boy has a date today with someone he likes. Yeah. Does Big boy have a date today? Yeah. Does he? Does Big boy have a date? Didn't think so. No one thinks so. It's so. 10 out of 10. That is funny. Uh, Next, no lad, we're authoritarian enough as it is. Uh, 5 out of 10. Okay. Opinions on women's football, lads. Yeah, asking a question to the thread. That's
I
a
think it's
good
a
contribution.
shit sport, not worth anyone's time like most women's sports.
Okay, well, your opinion is garbage, and how about you actually tell a woman that instead of just, well, tell a woman that face to face in the real world. You wouldn't, would you? Because you know that is completely
I
inappropriate.
probably would because I know I'd get a reaction out of them and then get all like annoyed and I'd find it funny.
Oh, it's a good question about something that deserves to be discussed. 7 out of 10. Next is one of my own posts in response to that. Just as valid as any other form of the game. Uh, it's quite simple, to the point. I would give it a 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10. Uh, Next up, and again in response to the women's football post, completely irrelevant. Who cares about it? Related to a top flight women's footballer. Disgusting post. But it is interesting to know that he's related to a top flight women's footballer, so 5 out of 10. Next, care about it as much as I care about men's football. That is not at all. Uh, that's very egalitarian of him. 9 out of 10. Next, let's see. Oh, I think it might be better. The fans of men's football can be right argumentative cunts sometimes, and don't care how popular it is. If it's fun to watch, it's enough for me. 10 out of
It
10.
isn't fun to watch though.
Great positivity.
I tend
Well,
to find female footballers are quite ugly as well. Not as
pardon?
ugly as female basketball players. Those are pretty ugly women and shot putters.
Um, well, maybe they're not trying to look entering into the or will you fuck me shout nonce beauty pageant.
Well,
Maybe they're just trying to be good at their
what's their
sport.
use as an individual other than that?
As a shot putter or a football player or a basketball player.
Nah, waste of time.
Uh, just catching up on some of our super chats. Um,
I'd say
okay.
volleyball's the only female sport worth playing.
Yeah, quite a lot of men play that sport as well.
Gay man.
No, it's quite popular in Pakistan.
Exactly.
Right, well, I just want to kick it out. Uh, next, we've got thinking of dropping some cash on a self-serve ad and making Moni advertised as the Queen of Britfeel. She's done a lot of good for this place. 10 out of 10. Small blessings of lockdown. The DWP went ahead and stapled a few extra years onto my claim without having to see one of those fucking assessment ghouls. 10 out of 10. Really good thread so far. Really good. Uh, next post, sausage roll flavored crisps. They do and all. Oh, I think that's disgusting. I'm gonna give it a
Me too. I think the elaborate crisp flavors just never really tend to work out too well. You can put like one flavor on a crisp. I think once you're adding pastry and meat and onion, it's too much.
yeah. So 2 out of 10. Next, have you considered advertising Britfield Radio with one of these ads? It could really put the program on the map. It's becoming quite the definitive show on not only internet issues but domestic and social ones too. Fascinating. 8 out of
What do you
10.
reckon?
Worth
What do you
thinking.
reckon? Should we do that?
No, because you
Spend
can't.
some of your savings.
Uh, no, I just don't really know about the reach.
Do you
Uh,
not think it'd make us
that's-
successful? Put us over the tipping point?
mm, I,
I
no.
mean, once
Well, wouldn't be
people
the
hear,
main question be if it is desirable to have that sort of reach?
Oh, hey guys, just
yeah,
introducing our guest here. Not the usual German, but the more sophisticated and attractive and intelligent one. This one has a girlfriend. Um, his views are also quite different. So if you remember him from last time, he is what I would describe as a right-wing extremist, but I don't think he'd describe himself that
A
way.
right-wing extremist? I'm a moderate conservative.
Yeah, moderate conservative is
Well,
right.
well, it's not my problem that you're a leftist radical.
I wouldn't describe myself as having any political leanings at all, just feel like everyone should be treated well and with respect. Um,
See, that's leftist talk.
oh, by the way, you sound a lot less German than before. You sound,
Accent changes from day to day, honestly.
yeah, well, you sound a lot more, I don't want to say civilized, local. So,
Civilized. I do prefer the term civilized.
local's the one you're getting, though. Um, So, yesterday was Halloween. Did anyone get up to anything or did
they had to
get into
start downtown partying. Tier 3 don't count.
okay, that was actually a trick question. So that
I
means you
mean, you know what I got up to. I posted it about it here.
do our
Um,
listeners know though?
oh no, they don't. So I had a nice evening with my girlfriend. Me dressing up as a dead guy and her as a witch, and we made pumpkin pie, and we made a scary, creepy cocktail, and some what else we carved some pumpkins, watched horror movies all night. It was good.
Hmm. Okay. Um, so, did you have sex with her at the end of the night?
Too tired that day, but I did in the morning.
Oh, people have sex in the morning.
Yes.
Oh,
Morning, midday, evening, all the time.
uh-oh.
Yeah, it's not limited to a specific time
Oh, sure,
period.
as if you'd know.
Top Shagger, what you on about?
Yeah.
I figured if anyone knows, it's him. He's top shagger, you know.
Well,
Yeah.
not as Top Shagger as sick, but you know.
He hasn't had a
I do my
girlfriend in
part.
years.
I've been on
That doesn't
dates
mean a thing
and
for him.
been on Tinder and Badoo and whatnot.
But the Chinese one.
I don't know where they,
Tragic.
but
Tragic.
I met a girl off there.
That is
Why are you dating a
embarrassing.
spy?
How many people have you met on Grindr? Zero.
Um, well, my flat's too cold to bring people around, so I can't have sex here.
Why the sex would warm it up?
But the bed would be cold, so it
Not
wouldn't
when
be
you have sex in
comfortable.
it.
But yeah, so we anyway, so we've got it's quite a big day in a couple of days. We've got my dad's calling me. Uh let's see.
Put him live on radio. Let's talk to him.
Hold on. I'm just
Yeah. Let's talk to your
shit.
dad.
I'm gonna have to like mute it or something. Fuck.
No, you have to put it on speaker.
Um. So I'll mute my mic.
Well, I guess we're in charge of the radio now.
Uh. Okay.
So what are you doing? Shout.
Just hanging out in here because I'm bored. I weren't really expecting the radio, but you know.
What? Yeah, I've cancelled it. I've cancelled it. Yeah. Okay, bye. Okay,
There we go.
thanks for
Now you're
holding the fort, guys.
108%.
So you see what happened there was my dad was just telling me to cancel his extra sim, which I have already
Alright.
done. So it's very
So what do
necessary.
you think? Oh, he's gone.
Oh
Well, I
wait,
guess
shit,
I'm in charge of the radio now.
sorry. Sorry, I
I'm not
forgot to
sure.
unmute myself. I didn't realize you couldn't hear me there. Oh, but yeah, that call was just regarding my dad. Just wanted to make sure that I cancelled a sim for him, which I had done weeks ago. That's all. Um, anyway, so I was just gonna bring up the big election in a couple of days' time. So you'll
You
say
mean the
that
American one?
yes, and
Okay,
pe
continue.
people say that the rest of the America kind of uh, sets the trend, and the rest of the world follows. Um, So when they elected Trump, a lot of countries lean towards fascism, with who they.
Fascism? Continue.
Okay, okay. Well, right wing and or fascist governments. Then that sounds
First of
better.
all, fascism is not right wing.
Oh my
Fascism is authoritarian, and authoritarianism is in the center of the spectrum. But continue.
God. Okay, okay. Well, yeah, fine. That's fine. I'll let you have that. Um. Well, and so when Joe Biden wins, and it looks like it's going to be by a landslide, and the American people
Which
we
it won't, because Hillary also would have won by a landslide. Look, the only reliable what you call prediction method is the that I know of is the I forgot its name. I posted it here. The something northern something. Give me a second, yeah?
Okay.
Because that one doesn't look at polling data, because polling data is bullshit and always has been, and was never accurate ever to any reasonable amount that you could point to. Well, that one was right about 26 of 27 elections in the last, the 26. Sorry, the 27 last elections, it was right 26 times, and it predicts Trump with a 91% victory.
No, that can't be right. Are you talking
It is
about?
right.
No,
Because he won the primaries quite easily for the Republican Party, while Biden lost them almost pretty hard, only getting to, I think it was 61%. He isn't popular in his own party. He isn't popular in the Republican Party. And I think more people won't vote than they will vote for Biden.
Okay, but wait. So that 91% figure, that's for this election.
That's for this election. Let me check the model so people can look it up at home. You continue talking. I can listen to
Okay, well,
you.
that is complete bullshit, everyone. Because and how this is different from the last election is that Joe Biden is predicted to win by a higher probability than last time. So while last time Hillary was the favorite to win, she was only a favorite to win like in 70% of cases. Right now, Joe
That's not
Biden.
true. She was predicted to win in 90% of cases.
Oh, are you? Well, from what I've heard, that's not true. I
Well, I
think.
mean, I've seen the bettings and the polls on election night. I've been there, done that, you know. Um, the thing is that the problem is that Democrats are relying on opinion polls all the time. Opinion polls are shit. First of all, they're done by Mexicans or blacks, so they're heavily biased towards people. It's more biased towards people lying to them to be nice, especially due to all that propaganda being, talked up. So, secondly, the other thing you have, they're mostly during work time. So, people who are jobless are more likely to take those calls. People who are high in openness, psychologically speaking, are also more likely to engage in these polls, which are people who are usually not conservatives, because conservatives are usually low in openness. Opinion polls skew heavily against conservatives. Always, and always will.
There's no way that stuff is true. Like, oh,
Obviously, it is. You
it's
can
like
look
some kind of,
everything up.
it's like some right-wing paranoia stuff. Oh, you can't
Okay.
trust it. It's the Jews, the blacks, and the Mexicans.
It's. I don't have anything against Jews, blacks, or Mexicans. The thing is, and this is factual, right? Polling is a low-wage job. We both, I think, agree that Mexicans, or let's say Hispanics and blacks, are economically disadvantaged mostly in the United States, right?
Yeah.
So you would expect more of them to do a low-wage job like that, right?
Okay.
Okay, so we got the first point established, right? That most of these people polling are of that certain ethnicity, or are of these certain ethnicities, and people trying to be nice probably wouldn't tell them into their face that they're going to vote Trump, because the media portrays Trump as some evil racist. I'm still looking for the poll, by the way.
That's speculation, though.
Well, it has been speculation last time, and last time I was right too, and this time I'll be right again.
Racists tend to be quite proud of their views, so why would they necessarily want to
Well,
hide
most
it?
people aren't racists. That's the problem.
Well, if they don't believe Trump is racist and they don't believe they're racist, they should be confident in saying, "Oh, I'm voting for Trump because I like his
Okay,
policies."
let's assume, right, that you believe being trans is legit and good, right? Would you go into a Pakistani neighborhood and proclaim like, "Hi everyone, I'm a transgender. How you all doing?" I think you might reconsider that, right? Because you think you know what the other person thinks despite what you're thinking.
Oh, I wouldn't do that in any neighborhood. That would be a very strange thing to do.
Exactly, but that's kind of the gist I'm putting towards you, right? Why would someone who knows the media portrayal of Trump, right, proclaim they're a Trump voter towards a black or a Mexican guy? Why wouldn't they just say, yeah, I'm not voting, or oh, I'm a Biden voter? And another thing that is looking really bad for Biden is the early vote-in. So he is winning in the early voting, which is true, but Democrats and women are the most likely to do early voting, which are two demographics that aren't on Trump's side usually. Um, so the fact that he's very well tied in early voting in most states is actually showing that he is quite on a bad foot there, right? There's no one actively supporting Biden. I've not seen a single person that says, yeah, I love Biden. I mean, the whole slogans are like "vote blue no matter who" and shit like that. Biden's not going to win. Oh, and I have the model, the Helmut Norpoth model, spelled Norpoth, and it predicts a 91% chance of re-election for Donald Trump. And it has been one of the, if not the most accurate prediction model we have ever had.
Well, we'll find out in 2 days' time. But I think Texas might even turn a Democrat based on the polls that I've seen.
Well, that's the problem. You've seen polls. This isn't a polling thing. This is a model based on the primaries, because
Would
the primaries are the biggest predictor of presidential success.
Would you vote for Trump?
Uh,
If you were an American, so yeah, the choice would be
10 out
Trump.
of 10 times, of course.
But he did a bad job with COVID and stuff, and he's.
I don't think so. I think the only thing bad he did is that he acted at all. I
So,
don't believe that the government has any ground to stand on in um, dealing with such a thing. It's a society's problem, and the society has to deal with it on its own. The only thing the government can do is stock up on, or basically fund more medical supplies, stuff like that. It's nothing else the government is, in my opinion, allowed to do in that case. Maybe shut the borders down because that's an external affair, which is also fine in my opinion. The government's purpose is to deal with external things.
hmm.
Besides, his job with COVID wasn't that bad, comparatively speaking. If you look at deaths per capita or sicknesses per capita, America is on number 14, I think, even behind the UK.
Okay. So do you think Germany has done a good job of dealing with COVID then?
Um, no, I don't think so. I don't think any country has done a good job on COVID except for maybe Sweden, which is weird to say because I hate Sweden, but they
So you
basically
just
did
want the
nothing.
herd immunity thing then?
No, I want the people to decide what they want on their own. If people want to interact with each other, fair enough. I mean, one of the things that in a more socialized country like Germany that you know has more legislation on personal life, one of the things they could have done was mandate that people were allowed to do home office if they wanted to. I think that would be fairer.
Yes,
And
it's party day!
hi, Schubert. And
Oh, oh my
I feel like Schubert is partying.
Your friends are cringe, by the way. You're all embarrassing.
Okay, he's gone. Last sentence, because before I ramble on too long. So what the government could have done would have been basically mandated that people can't get fired for wanting to do home office or something like that, and they have to be given the opportunity to do home office if they'd like to. I think that's a fine legislation. Anything else is an overreach of the government and should be dealt with by removal of the politicians who try to instate it or execution of such if they try to persist.
Um, well, that's a very well thought out answer there. Just to scale back a bit and just to talk about something a bit more simple for a moment before
Mm-hmm.
heading back to the serious stuff. Have you seen that picture of Schubert? He's quite cute, isn't he?
I know that you have a hard on for him.
He's the one in the red shirt.
Considering that I'm still the model of this server, I don't much care about him. if it's not about my vanity, I'm not indulging.
Okay.
Now, jokes aside, I haven't seen a video of Schubert now.
No, the picture he posted just
Oh, the one right there. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess he's the one in the red sweater.
yeah.
He looks like me with Down syndrome.
Oh well, maybe that's why he has that cute look. He, he looks quite young though.
He does, but I mean,
Oh,
it's not like the server isn't non-central, isn't it?
he's quite short though. He did say that he's only like
Easy.
5'8". Yeah.
He's 5'8" and a Jew. I thought God doesn't punish people twice.
Oh, that's actually quite funny. Well done.
Well, being 5'8" in Germany is like really, really bad, right? Because so if you look at size statistics, right, you'll have an average at I think it was 5'8", 5'9" in Germany, right? But that's because older generations are much shorter than the younger ones, having probably some epigenetic stuff during past wartime, you know, like how it takes more than one generation to get back up to normal size after famines and stuff like that. I am 6'2" and I'm pretty short for people around me.
Yeah,
Pretty-
everyone's 6'2".
Oh, like no, I am 6'2", but I'm pretty short for people around me. That's the problem. So I have two guys that I interact regularly with. Actually, three who are like 6'5", and it's really awkward.
Oh well, in my day to day, I'm actually considered tall or average height. Though I do coming across people who are over 6 foot is quite rare.
It's, I mean, depends. When I was in England, I saw a couple of people pretty tall.
Oh well, I'm in the north of England. It's different because we're like more deprived.
Oh, you're in the place where everyone's hungry, so of course they don't grow large.
Okay, so I think we've got a guest who wants to come on the show.
I'll
Uh,
let him.
uh, just a second. Just gonna.
Probably wants to call me a retard.
I'm the trash man. Mhm.
He's the trash man.
That
I mean,
sounds
that's a good
promising.
inside joke. Always Sunny in Philadelphia was a good show.
I think it's a bit overrated, to be honest.
I think you just had too much, like a too high expectation of it because everyone likes it.
It's not
Like
Community.
Community's quite shit.
Well, I knew you wouldn't like it because it's more left-leaning.
No, it's not that. It's pretend to be smart people humor for dumb people. While Always Sunny in Philadelphia is dumb people humor for smart people.
Wait, say that again. It confused me.
So okay. So you have shows like another good example would be Rick and Morty, right? It's a really dumb show, but like people feel smart when they watch it. It's the same with Community. It's like a show, like even the quote unquote smart jokes in it are like flat out the dumbest you can think of. While things like Always Sunny in Philadelphia actually are quite smart while seeming dumb. Like they're quite nuanced actually.
I wouldn't say Community's a smart show. It's just that they work towards the jokes and they call back to all the stuff. They're not clever as in, oh, you need to think about that. Just they're
Yeah, but they.
rewarding.
I mean, that's a fair point of view, but I feel like that's what they always kind of try to
And they've got
pretend to be like.
storylines and characters and stuff as well. And
I found most of the characters really uninteresting.
oh, Pierce is I relate to Pierce a lot actually. He
Was Pierce the Indian guy or the other guy?
the
The
older
guy?
white man.
Oh,
And
yeah,
thanks
okay,
for
yeah, that-
assuming that I related to the brown person. Thank you for that.
No, I actually assumed that you're related to the autistic person. See, that's my problem with you. It's always about race with you. I didn't even think about him as brown.
You called
Thought
him
about
the
him as
Indian
autistic.
one. You could have called him the
Well,
autistic
he's
one.
Indian, isn't he?
In the show, he isn't. In real life, he's half Indian. He's half Indian and half Polish. You didn't
Well,
call him
isn't
the
he in the
Polish
show?
one, did you?
Well, I mean, he doesn't look like a Polish one, does he?
His nose looks Polish.
Does it? What does a
Like-
Polish nose look like?
Well, Jewish, essentially, because, you know.
Oh, so now you're making stereotypes about races and ethnicities.
No,
Huh. That's quite right-leaning of you. No, I'm fucking with you.
But regarding the character, Pierce was someone who's so used to people leaving him, he pushes people away through his mean behavior. And uh, the
Funny,
guy
I
doesn't
can't
know that.
relate. I'm usually an asshole to people because I don't want them to get close to me because I don't want more people bothering me.
Would you say you've got a large friend group or a small one?
A small one, but I don't like people. Oh well, I do like people in general. I don't like going in depth with people usually.
Mhm. Okay. Uh, okay, just getting some feedback on the show. Da, 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 da. Okay, right. So, yeah, we just need to talk about something British now. Do you know anything about what's going on with British politics at the moment, or who,
A
how?
bit.
Yeah. So, what is the perception of Boris Johnson over there at the moment in the UK? He's unpopular, and the opposition
I don't
leader
think
has
he's
overtaken him in
unpopular.
popularity.
So, see, I think it's quite weird that you have this. Like, I honestly think you have a quite left-leaning bias, you know. Like, and that's not to be mean or anything. I think you perceive things through this weird leftist lens that has failed, should have failed you in the last 7 years consistently, roughly. I don't think Boris is as unpopular as people think he is.
There was a
But
poll.
yeah, but
I'm,
polls are
I,
shit. They always
I
have
mean, if
been.
you
The
guys
only
just
polls that matter are elections.
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I
Yes,
mean, you
we
didn't
can
have
hear
to
you.
quit your party just to come on the show. I mean, we do this every week.
No, it's 10 minutes. You guys are, they understand. I already told them. I think 10 minutes. So if it's like 10 minutes break from the party, it's good because I can't handle my alcohol. So it's a 10-minute break from drinking. So
You
it's okay.
sound
So
drunk.
what? I am very
When you
obviously
talk,
I'm very
yeah.
intoxicated.
Oh, well, earlier we were talking about how handsome you, well, no, how cute you looked.
I
And
was saying that you look like
Yeah.
me with Down syndrome, but Moni has selected Harlan for you.
Yeah, fair enough, man. No.
You fucking dwarf.
Yeah, 1,73er Gang, yo.
Did you actually know that Tolkien's dwarves were based on the Jews?
Really?
Yeah.
I
oh,
mean, the dwarf. That's actually funny because when I was a kid, when I played the Middle Earth tabletop game, I only played dwarves. That's a funny coincidence because I always thought the dwarves were cool because of the axes and stuff. Like manlets with axes, I always thought was like, hey, that's cool. Yeah.
Can chop off people's knees, make them their size. But anyways,
Yeah,
Moni, you
yeah.
had a question.
okay, but
So,
like
so
their appearances or anything aren't inspired by Jews, though. It's more just the lore.
yeah,
Yeah.
sure. People
Absolute
denied their
based metalsmiths
homeland.
who fucking shank the goblins and stuff. Yeah.
I, again, from what I understand, it's more just the being scattered and wandering around bit.
Oh, it's a bit more than that. The metalsmithing part is true. The jewel, is it called jewelsmith in English? I think it is.
Like jewel
Thing
crafting
part
or
is
I don't know.
true.
Yeah.
The having to travel around, having lost their homeland. The
Yeah.
part
Mines of
about them
Moria being
basically
all. Yeah.
retaining. Yeah, the part about them
Yeah.
retaining
So
their
so
identity in other societies.
so the goblins are the Palestinians. I can get behind that. Yeah, yeah.
Well, in
I-
modern times, though, it's been flipped, and the dwarves are now the Palestinians.
No, they're still the
Bullshit.
Jews.
Yeah.
No, but the Jews aren't looking for a homeland anymore.
Well,
Yeah, but
you got to
we have
keep in
to.
mind that the Jews are now defending their homeland. So
Yeah.
and the Palestinians also have a homeland, so it doesn't make
Yeah.
sense, right? What the goblins are is Turkish people, obviously.
Das ist gemein. Komm schon, Mann. Das ist zu. Die Türken sind ja nicht so schlimm. Die Türken sind cool.
Well,
He's, by the way, saying that this is mean and the Turks are fine, which obviously invalidates his opinion.
well, art is subject to the person viewing it, and it can mean something different to different people. So there's no like canonical, definitive answer to who what group is. So I could
Well,
say,
if you ask the artist, hey, what does this represent? He says, oh, those are Jews, and then you say, yeah, but they look like Palestinians to me. And he tells you, no, those are Jews. I think he's right, not you.
Yeah, yeah.
no, that's just his opinion.
Well,
No,
he
I
wrote
think
the fucking
art-
books,
I
man.
actually, I actually think art, as intended, is in the eye of the creator, not of the beholder.
Yeah, that's why Harry Potter is shit because J.K. Rowling is retarded. So
Like there are infinite interpretations. That's true,
Hmm.
but there are some interpretations more valid than others.
So
Yeah.
you don't believe in the death of the author, that the author dies as soon as they complete the work.
So apparently,
Not
so you
necessarily,
watched that
no.
video too with the fat brunette chick who talked about that. Yeah, that was pretty good.
Okay, first off,
No.
Lindsay Ellis didn't invent the term death of the author. Okay,
I don't know. That's why I watched about it. So yeah.
it's
Trashman's here, by the way. Hey, Trashman.
it's a very common phrase. It's existed decades before her. She's just
Yes, it's
happens to have
the
made a video
like
about it. Don't give her
yeah, like
credit
the
for
the,
it.
Fre- the f- the French guys made it. Like the French guys from the 50s, they made it up. Yeah, like Descartes and Sartre and all those guys. Yeah. I may not be getting my stuff right because I'm plastered off my ass. So yeah.
And I'm not well versed on what do you call that? Entertainment literature.
Yeah.
Yeah, very trashy, and you're right not to.
I mean, I wouldn't call Sartre entertainment literature. I mean, he did, like for example, like No Exit is quite a, I'd say, important piece in the modern, like in the like post. I think is it postmodern? I don't know if it's postmodern, but I think it's important in like the modern canon of literature.
It's pretty good existentialist stuff, I'd say.
Yeah.
It's Being
I
and
think
Nothingness,
only-
which is the sort of well, very difficult for most people to read. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, frankly, I already struggled with Nietzsche, so
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that's for me was hard enough to read, and I read it in the German
Well,
tongue, so
which
that was.
which one did you read for an introduction? Because if you
I-
instantly started with Das Buch Zarathustra, then
Ja, also sprach Zarathustra, ja.
well, then
Yes.
that's a bad entrance.
Okay, fair enough, yeah.
Start with his letters. They're short.
Okay. Yeah, you mean like where he like complains about Wagner and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like what was that? What was that meme where it's like Sahid is no longer my friend, and then like that's Nietzsche and Wagner, like you know the
Oh,
meme?
do you
Yeah,
know
yeah,
the
so it's
meme?
like-
Like the two Indian guys, yeah.
Salman is no longer my friend. It's like I can't remember, the other guy is my friend now, whatever it is.
Yeah,
The-
that's basically Nietzsche and
Yeah,
Wagner.
The only good Nietzsche meme I know is where Nietzsche and Ayn Rand meet in hell. And Ayn Rand is like, "Why are you so morose? I'm not morose. In his thoughts, I am morose."
But I think that's sad about like modern interpretations of Nietzsche is there's a lot of like high school students who say, "Oh, Nietzsche said everything doesn't matter," but Nietzsche's whole point was that's a stage.
Everything
you did-
should matter, but
That's a stage you get through. You start off with nihilism, and then you have
Yeah,
to break
yeah.
through nihilism.
Well, that's
Well,
the joke,
because-
isn't it? Nihilism is pointless, as they say.
Yeah. Nietzsche also
Well,
know that, so he was.
The
You
worst
know,
part is
he's-
that most people don't read Nietzsche, but they read the corrupted works of his sister.
Yeah.
Yeah,
His sister
exactly
was
that.
fucking retarded. Yeah.
Though I don't believe that nihilism is in any way, shape, or form good, or that people can break out of it.
I mean, I think you have to have like a short period of nihilism in your life to like get like the way like what was I think Winston Churchill said that everybody who used to be a socialist is smart, but everybody that was never a socialist at one point in their life is like heartless. Like he said, like you have to
Yeah,
have, like,
yeah.
No,
you know, like,
that's
you-
not the quote. The quote is when you're
It's
young,
like-
Yeah,
you're,
Yeah.
But set him
you're
straight.
liberal. But he never actually said that.
But you know what I mean, right?
Attributed to
But
him, and
it's
it
still
was
a
never
point there,
said
yeah.
by anyone.
But there's a point
Oh,
that
yeah.
Sartre
but you know what I
makes.
mean, like
Yeah,
like
yeah.
when
I
you're
know.
young, when you're young, a sign like when you're young and ignorant, it's a sign of compassion.
No,
so
You
the
have to
quote
have
you-
optimism. You have to have
the
certain
quote you-
things
Yeah.
to aspire for.
It
Yeah.
goes like this: when you're young and not liberal, you're heartless. When you're older, not conservative, you're brainless.
Yeah.
yeah. That's what I mean.
But the
yeah.
point
But
that
I think it's an
Sartre was trying to
idiotic
make.
quote. But anyways, go on.
Okay.
But you
thank you.
you get the gist, yeah.
The point that Sartre was trying to make was that the first step towards being found is not being found. The whole point is that the first step towards really finding yourself and everything from that is not knowing yourself. So it's a path towards that, essentially.
Well, I mean, it's the same argument that I think it was Aristotle made about having
Yeah,
to leave
yeah.
the village to get to know the village.
Yeah, exactly that.
To leave the
I think it
village to
was-
get to know the village.
Yeah, I think it was Aristotle
Okay.
who said that. But I always get my ancient philosophers mixed up because I don't deal
Yeah,
much
like,
with names, more with theorem.
Yeah, like a lot of Greeks, it's sometimes to like when you think about we no longer listen to the Greek language, and so it's easy to mix up the names.
That too.
Yeah, it's like the same with like when I like read a like manga and shit. Like if I try to forget like the character
We-
names, and then yeah. Like actually, the funny thing. Speaking of which, like, I've been reading this manga about Scipio Africanus and Hannibal. It's actually pretty interesting, like historically accurate. It's really fun. So even if you like hate weeb
Yeah,
shit,
but you're a weeaboo, so it's invalid.
yeah, no, it's actually pretty good. Like it's not like with Ugu Kawaii Disney. It's not like that cringe shit. So yeah, Scipio to Hannibal, whatever the fuck, you know. Ad Astra, Scipio to Hannibal. Good shit.
How dark is Hannibal's skin in there?
Actually, it's not actually historically accurate with the appearances wise. So
You
he looks
sound
like
such a racist.
like he looks like a Jomon Chad, like the Japanese ethnicity. He looks like a Jomon Chad, yeah.
Hmm. Okay.
Moni, I just want to ask: are you aware that every culture pictures people of other cultures' stories in their skin color?
I don't
Yeah,
think that's true. Like,
Pretty sure it
look
is.
at-
Yes.
Look at Chinese pictures of Jesus. That's the
Yes.
funniest
Exactly
shit.
that.
Or Indian pictures of Jesus, because there has been a sect of Indian Christians.
why is it always
way
about
before-
Indians?
I don't
Indians are
know.
cool,
I just know a bit about
They're
them.
1/6 of the world, Moni. Come on.
Exactly. You should get 1/6 of our attention, according to your way of thought.
Oh, by the way, Moni, I apologize for making fun of Pakistanis. Like the two Pakistanis guys I've been hanging out right now, they're
No,
really
make more
cool
fun of them.
dudes. So you know, no, they're cool guys. You know, just Moni is like the bad example for like, yeah,
I don't know. I've never met a cool Packy.
yeah, like these guys are they're
I met a
pretty
cool
chill, you know.
Syrian.
Yeah. Ah, really? Okay.
Yeah, the other day he cut my
Okay.
hair.
Fair enough. Yeah. Okay.
Well, he should have cut your throat. That would have taught you a lesson about.
That's awfully retarded, Moni. That's shame.
Yeah,
That's very bigoted.
and no, that wouldn't have taught him a lesson because he's. You would classify him as a racist right-wing extremist because he hates
Because
your
he's-
kind.
You don't know that. I doubt you spoke about
No,
that.
I did
Which
converse
part
with
of
him. That's the
Moni's
thing.
kind, though? That's the question.
He's like extremely like he basically said, you know, all those immigrants make bad look at let Syrians look bad. We're a civilized society. Most of us were pretty well off before the Islamic State invaded. All those and I quote him. We were alone in this store, so I guess that's why I was not afraid of saying this. And the Negroes coming with us are the worst of the bunch. A whole bunch of criminals and rapists.
That's
And I was
interesting
just
because
sitting there laughing.
that's funny that you say that because I have a Turkish girl in my college class and she's also fucking sick of the immigrants making like brown people look in general bad. Yeah. She's like she's like, you know, she said pretty much what it is, like she can't, you know, be like, you know, true to her culture without people thinking that she's like some fucking immigrant and shit. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, she shouldn't be true to her culture. If she wants to live here, she should be true to our culture.
There's a difference between. I mean, you know what I mean. Like you know, following the
No,
faith.
I know
there's
what
a
you mean.
difference
It's
between-
just
yeah.
well, I mean,
Maybe-
following
maybe I-
the faith is a hard thing to leave. But...
Maybe I used the wrong words because I had like 2 bottles of wine today, so maybe I'm
Wine
ausspreching
Teddy.
myself
Very
incorrectly.
good Sunday, it sounds like.
Yeah,
Don't get
yeah, today was
fucked by
good.
some ugly chick. That's what happened last time when I drank.
Yeah,
Haven't didn't drink any wine since.
really. Damn. Okay. Fair. Okay. Well, yeah, but you know what I mean, right? You know, I'm not talking about like, you know, like castrate, you know, circumcising girls. I mean, they're just like talking like the basic stuff, you know, like standing
Eating
Middle East.
tzeduk,
Yeah. That's what she was talking about. She's like sick that.
beating your
and
wife.
her, no, I mean she's talking about like
Oh.
the regular people in our culture are getting bad names
Oh,
because of
like
the,
eating tzeduk, beating your wife.
As
you know what I
someone,
mean, you know what I
think
mean.
it's time that I stepped in, just because I am someone of an immigrant background, and you like are talking about me, and I think I've
No,
got
I'm
some
not
more.
talking about you.
Thought
I'm
you
talking
were
about
white,
Turkish
Moni.
people.
Yeah, Moni's honorary wife.
Moni's the
Something like
most
that, yes.
racist person I know, but she is still a packy.
I think
I
I've got
know,
some
that's so crazy.
insight.
That's so crazy. Like Moni's a trans Paki woman, but she Pakistani woman. Pardon me.
Transracial, apparently, whatever that means.
Right, she's like
Yeah.
so like Moni. You know, you really did the shit. Like I don't understand Moni why you dislike, you know, African people so much. Like
I
they-
don't have a
think
problem with
anyone
black people at
understands
all.
Moni,
I-
let's face it.
Yeah, then if
No,
you didn't
it's
have a
just something
problem.
against white people, honestly.
No. Moni like said the N word like the last stream, like really like.
So I
15
say nigger
times.
all the time. I love black people.
Yeah, not that.
Yeah,
N-word.
but you didn't mean it seriously. You know, she.
No,
you
I
called her-
didn't.
She was saying with malicious intent.
I wasn't.
Oh. See,
It's very
that's
obvious.
the problem, right? If you don't call white people cracker, Chinese people chinks, Japanese people Japs, Pakistani people Pakis, or black people niggers, then you just ain't living.
Or white things for white people as well.
I said cracker for white people.
Oh,
No, why should I diss my own people?
yeah, kraut.
Maybe if.
See, now we're talking. you
Alter,
fucking
willst du Stress,
shitkin.
Mann? I should say more random German snippets just to
No,
just
you
have
shouldn't.
fun.
It's
I
really
think it's
bad.
funny.
Makes my
It's-
people
it's-
look bad. And you're not even of my people, Jew.
Was willst du von mir, Mann? Ich bin genauso Deutscher wie du. Also bitte.
You just
du
I
kannst
said-
don't understand this crowd stuff.
he just said I'm mean because he's just as German as I am.
Das Schlimmste. Okay, gut, du kannst dich darüber lustig machen, dass ich Ostdeutscher bin. Das verstehe ich, aber den Rest nicht. Ne?
He says I can make fun of him being an East German, which I regularly do.
Yeah,
Fucking
yeah.
commie.
I'm not a fucking commie, bro. Not my.
Yes, you are.
Nah, man. You know me. You even said it
You're
yourself last time.
Keynesianist. You're just one step away from communist. Isn't your 10
Yeah,
minutes over anyways?
Oh shit, I got 2 more minutes here. I got 1 more minute before I have to hang out with the cool people rather than you gay lord virgins, so.
I
Yeah,
think I'm
want,
reasonably cool.
Base.
we don't want you to miss out on some important
Yeah,
university
okay, so-
socialization.
Okay, so Moni, you better be DMing me those fucking whole pics about you spreading that booty. So
Oh,
I'm
before you go, tell that semen demon in the glasses that she'd be a lot cuter if she, wouldn't try to be a goofy duck all the time.
okay, I'll tell her and then I'll give you the response.
Do it.
Oh, don't! Oh my god, he better not say that. He's got no
No, he
social
will say
awareness
that.
at all.
Yeah. Moni, you know me a little bit by now. I mean, you've talked to me over months. I'm quite
Yeah.
successful with girls.
Women.
Do you know? Well, women. I wouldn't consider anyone not married a woman. Because they don't know. Actually, anyone who hasn't born a child yet a woman.
Right, so and anyone that hasn't fathered a child is still a boy, is he then?
Well, no. There's a couple things that you can do to become a man. Go to war, build a house, bear a son and raise him.
You haven't done any of those, so you're a boy then.
Well, I planted a tree. That one counts.
Oh, so women can't plant trees to become women? I mean,
Nah,
girls
that's more of a man's thing.
can't. So,
I think women can do some other things besides bearing children, but I think that's for women to decide. I mean, if you ask my girlfriend, who hasn't bore a child yet, she'd say once you realize your place in society, you become a woman, which I think is reasonable.
what? I think is she like
But
one of
anyways.
those women that wants traditional gender roles?
Well, of course,
Oh,
like any sane person.
oh.
Yeah, I understand that the packy tranny doesn't like that thought, but traditional gender roles are what give people purpose, and has been for the last 8,000 years. They're not even gender roles as in societal gender roles. They're biological.
Before we continue, we should ask our guests to introduce themselves because this is the first time we're hearing from them.
Yeah, he's cool. I like him already.
So, Trashman, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Oh, before you
No.
start, also tell us why Always Sunny in Philadelphia is a great show and Moni has no idea.
Does Moni really have no idea?
Well, Moni said that Always Sunny in Philadelphia is way overrated.
That is absolute rubbish. Moni have terrible taste, which I'm sure we all know anyway, but still.
Yes.
I can
He
background
also
watch
said
it.
that that Community is better.
The greatest sitcom ever.
Series 2, 3, and 4 were pretty good. Not exceptional, but pretty good. In the same way, like the first two series of Rick and Morty were pretty good. Nothing compared to Always Sunny, though. Night and day, quite frankly.
What a lad!
I don't want to become a walking meme or whatever, or be
You
a
are already.
cliche.
Don't worry. Continue.
But I would just, if I had to summarize Always Sunny and why I don't really click with it, it's because I describe it as being too white.
What the fuck does that mean?
Don't even ask. Moni's just a huge racist.
I mean, we knew that already, of course, but like, how do we even develop that? Christ.
See, that's always been my question, right? So I interact with a huge straight of people, right? And I have a very varied like pool of opinions because of that. And I interact with these people to develop these opinions, right? I talk with socialists and I talk with black nationalists, right? And even when I talk to Nazis, right? When I talk to white Nazis, they're not able to de-individualize the person, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
get what I mean? Like you say, they say, well, all these niggers are terrible, and then you point at someone like Ben Carson, you're like, that person's terrible, and they're like, no, that's a good nigger, you know? But they never say like something is too black or something, right? They say, oh, that's their stuff or something. And Moni's the only person I really interact with that's like, I don't like it because of white.
That
You
wa-
know?
Very, very strange, I have to say.
No,
It is.
no, too white doesn't mean there are white people in it.
Well, no, it means it's culturally too
What
white.
does
for
it
Yes.
mean? You haven't defined it for us yet.
But that's what I mean. Like, what is culturally fucking white? I mean, if you say Western, it's too Western for me. I get that.
Well, I feel like some of the experiences the characters have are more indicative of the white experience than, and it's.
So you're telling me that a nigger
White
growing
what?
up in
White
my country
American?
can't have the same experiences?
Oh.
Besides, what does it matter what kind of experience the characters have? Like, let's be honest, right? I don't think that ancient Greek people were very white people, you know? I think most of them kind of look like the Turkish.
They have
I
a
don't
very
know,
strong
though.
connection, to be sure.
I mean, I don't know though. I don't look at them and think like, yeah, man, that's really white, right? Like, I like that. I can relate to that whiteness. I look at that and I'm like, that's the founding place of that empire that founded my culture. You know, it's pretty neat to learn about that.
It's not a race thing. And
But what
why
is
do
it?
you
You
call
just
it
brought up
white
race, but
then?
then you say it's not a race thing. So what is it then, Moni?
Why don't you call it Western then, or American, or whatever?
Yeah,
Why
even
call it
American
white?
I'd be okay with, you know?
well,
Like the early series of Seinfeld are a little too American for me, but they get better over
Same.
time. That's the thing.
Like Moni, what would you think if you cooked for me, being your in your weird I'm a trad mode, right? And I eat your fucking dinner, right? And I'm like I'm like yeah, and you're like, what's up? What's up? Why? What does it bother you? And I'm like, I don't know. It's a little too brown for me. What would you make of that?
well, I can understand how to read that. It would mean, oh, maybe I shouldn't have. You didn't like the side of rice, or it was too spicy.
See, that's another piece of racism, right? You assume that being brown means being spicy in that case in food. There's a lot of people around the world that have spicy food, right? Some of them live in Spain.
Spanish
These are
food.
white people,
I was just going.
Portuguese people.
Their food's not as spicy as other cultures. It's a low level.
Sure, but your food's not as spicy as other cultures.
What? Pakistani and
Ever-
Indian food's the spiciest of the spiciest.
Ever been to a Thai kitchen?
I go to this restaurant called Try Thai. That's quite cheap.
Yeah, if you get a native dish from them, which you will never get because you don't speak Taiwanese and they reserve that shit for their own because most people aren't used to that palate. That shit is about as hot as a human can, you know, process. If you take, so technically speaking, the hottest dishes are South American dishes because they have access to the chemically hottest plants.
Well, like the Moruga scorpion, all that sort of stuff.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to get out of you, right, is this weird progressive, like, or what do you call it? I'd call it I don't know, neo-Marxist thinking of culture and of skin color being tied to anything else than the skin color, you know?
So race is just skin deep.
No, there's more to race than skin, obviously. but there's more to an individual than the race. There are scientifically provable IQ differences between ethnic groups. There's no problem with that.
Wait, I've got a problem with that.
Well, then you're just scientific illiterate. That's no problem, but that doesn't mean that every Negro is dumb. There's some smart ones among them. There's some average ones among them. There's some dumb ones among them.
I think you might have really jumped the shark. You were making a lot of sense at first, and then you just went straight into the bell curve.
Well,
Neo-Nazi
the bell
stuff.
curve is indisputable scientifically. That's why every leftist scientist just doesn't touch it at all, because it's uncomfortable for them. In fact, IQ is the best measurement in psychology that we have by a long shot. Like there's nothing in psychology that we have that is as reliable as IQ. The IQ testing done on different ethnic groups have come to different different distributions, even in countries where they have been culturally homogenized. A good example is Israel IQ testing, where the Ashkenazi Jews outrank the more brown Jews, for instance. And these are
they probably just have access to better schooling or something.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
They go to the same schools, they have the same culture, they're the same people. The only difference is genetics. And the weirdest thing about this, I find, is our brain is probably the most adaptive organ in our body, the one that is most subject to evolutionary changes and the least conservatively dealt with, because it has one of the largest variation between individual human beings, right? Despite our body size, that one's also pretty varied, but anything else, like every other metric, is way less significant between individuals. It would be ridiculous to assume that everyone in the same, or everyone who evolved in different places would have the same brain capacity. It would be ridiculous.
But we only use 10% of our brains, so it doesn't matter if we've got the same.
We use 100% of our brains. 10%
That's
is our
a
consciousness.
myth. That's a myth that's been propagated by Hollywood or some shit like that.
Exactly. We use 100% of our brains. Just 10% of it is roughly reserved for consciousness. Most of the things we do is unconscious.
When you talk about the, can I say this first, please?
Oh, hi.
When you talk about the difference in intelligence, or IQ specifically, across different ethnic groups across the world, are you specifically referring to the lower numbers that are exhibited in people, say, the indigenous Australians or Central Africans?
Well, that's a good example, right? But there's also higher proportions in East Asians, Ashkenazi Jews.
Yes.
You will find that Northern Europeans are a little bit more gifted than Central Europeans. So I don't make this as a claim of superiority at all. Especially if you consider that, for instance, white people have higher upper body strength, Africans can run faster, which is undisputable.
Well, it is disputable, actually, because it's
not.
Only certain Africans from certain areas are... Yeah,
Kenya.
but all the long-distance runners are from a specific part of Africa.
Exactly.
Kenya.
Yeah, from Kenya, East Africa, basically.
Yes, which is because they are genetically more adapted to long running because they had to run down prey.
I don't think that can't. No, that's very racist.
No,
well, it's not
racist. Scientific. Okay, Moni.
If you look at the altitude in East Africa, that's a part of it as well. They trained at higher altitudes, and so when they go to lower altitudes, they are more adept to doing it. So yeah.
Moni, let me give you an example. And like I said, I don't value people on their group credentials. I value the individual. I don't care about these stats when I talk to a person. But they are scientifically accurate and they're useful for explaining societal disparities. Another thing that you might like to learn is that, for instance, panthers and jaguars. I think it was panthers and jaguars.
No such thing as a panther, that's a genus, not an animal.
Yeah, exactly. But we consider them a different race, and they do have different behavior, especially the prey, like the pouncing on the back behavior.
Leopards?
Oh, leopards, yeah. Sorry. Leopards, you're right. I always mix up my big cats. Leopards and panthers. They're technically genetically closer than human races are to each other. And they can also interbreed just like human races can. And they very obviously show differences in behaviors because they live in different environments.
But we're not animals.
Yes, we are.
Well, we are technically. So.
There's no argumentation about that. And I am a Christian, and I believe we are a very special kind of animal, the most godlike of them. But I do have to recognize that by any stretch of the argument, we are animals.
Well, how about we just get our new guests to introduce themselves, first of all, just so we know
Sure.
who we're in this chat with. So can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
I'm Fuda I'm currently a NEET, but I do translation work for crappy manga just to make weeaboos happy, I suppose, because I have nothing better to do.
Oh, if you do like hentai and stuff, you can get like $10 a page or something.
I help a friend out with hentai things, but most of my crap is just isekai that I know people will read. It's guaranteed reading, I suppose.
Well,
Well, I hope you get
do you do it for money though?
something cool to do soon.
Not currently. I don't expect to take money for something that's so low quality.
A man of honor, at least.
All right. So would you say you're doing it for clout then?
Right now, I suppose it's to gain exposure, and then hopefully later on I can be taken on by a group that does accept things such as donations.
Oh, I think people do it. There are groups that do it solo or take commissions.
Currently, I'm solo, yes.
Is there any particular series you're currently working on?
I'm working on, I believe, 4 right now. My group name is ANCAP Translations.
I like this guy already.
Oh,
Thank you.
well, you're left wing then, right? You're anarcho-capitalist.
How is
I'm
a
a
capitalist left
I'm
wing?
more libertarian.
He's about as right wing as you can get.
Pretty much.
Oh,
But
He's
that does
further
not
right than me
necessarily
because
mean I'm a pedophile. Don't make that distinction.
Yeah, it's fine.
honestly,
You're yellow instead of being purple. We know.
don't worry. I know you're not a pedophile. I know it's called hebephilia. I've dealt with other libertarians.
Yes, they must be
Ephebophilia.
15 and older. 15 and older.
No, I'm fucking with you. I've been in the libertarian camp myself before. I realized some functions for the government that I wasn't quite comfortable with as a libertarian, but I respect that.
Although I put myself under the category of ANCAP because it is more recognizable than what I truly believe, which is called minarchy or a night watchman state.
Well, that's just classical conservatism.
I suppose in a way, but it definitely does emphasize the lack of governmental affair or necessity for government in a lot of regards that they currently have. For example,
Might I ask you a question about that already?
Go ahead.
Do you believe that one of the purposes of the government is acting out the nation's will on the international stage?
I believe a government's role and prerogative should be to the people of the country itself and not those surrounding. I don't believe in things such
Oh no,
as
but what I mean is like, well, I mean, there are selfish arguments for charity, but we don't need to get into that. What I mean is, do you believe that a government's role? So a government needs to be able to enforce its will outside of its borders, right?
No.
So, for instance, no, you don't.
No, I definitely don't believe that. I believe government should have little power as it stands, and I don't think that they should be able to influence other countries.
Okay, fair enough.
are you racist?
I wouldn't consider myself racist.
Tony, for fuck's sake, we're having a good conversation here.
But he's
Is that
right
one
wing.
you-
He's as right wing as you can be. So
You're left wing and you're a racist.
What's wrong with
I'm
that?
gay,
Good
so-
God.
Let's go with that. I'm already gay, so
oh,
Let's be fair. The left wing is more racist than the right wing and always have been.
well, no, that's clearly not true. Because
Okay,
we're more
so
socialist.
let's
All I
start
will
with
say is-
Adolf Hitler.
All I
well-known
have to say is,
socialist.
read some Che Guevara stuff and
yeah, Che Guevara, fuck the gays and the niggers too.
Basically, yeah, it's like freedom for everyone apart from, well, those two.
He was
Yeah.
going through tough times, so obviously he was a
So
bit.
obviously he had to hate the black people.
Well, I mean, it's a challenge when you're fighting for your own independence to fight for other people's
He'd
as
already
well.
achieved his own independence by that point. So what does that mean, Moni?
Let's be fair, it's really hard to take care of the Negroes when you want independence. Jesus Christ, Moni.
Well, and you also kind of get his point. Like, I mean, it's not a nice point, but you can kind of get
No,
where
I
he's
don't get
coming.
his point. The guy was like, in this guy's ideology, the right thing to do would have been unite the ethnic groups under the common goal of socialism.
What he said was, we'll do for the Negroes what they did for us, which is nothing. So, you can get where he's
Well, he
coming.
did a bit more than nothing.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh,
Che Guevara is a war criminal, by the way.
Yes, but who isn't by this point, to be fair?
Well, I'm on my way.
Hmm.
well, everyone that fights for independence against tyranny and the right to self-determination usually has to commit a few war crimes on the way. That's been pretty normal throughout history.
Slight buzzword, but okay.
Well, I mean, there's a difference between like what the enemy considers war crime and what's like a war crime towards your own people.
Genghis Khan was a horrific man. He did horrific things, but we don't consider him to be such a terrible person because he also committed great things as well as terrible things.
What was that
Wait,
name?
we don't call Genghis Khan
Genghis
a terrible
Khan.
person. Yes, of course we call him terrible.
Yeah,
It depends
he's
from
considered-
historian to historian. He is considered to be a
Yeah,
terribly
exactly that.
frightening person, but he also did a lot of things for Western culture in Europe that was considered to be uplifting and
Defeat the
set up
Muslims on
according-
the other front, yeah.
He set
Well,
up
he
according-
expanded trade routes. He created far better connections from sort of all across the world. As a result,
essentially reestablished
because he
the
killed
Silk Road.
40 million people, he created better environmentalism. There's all sorts of things that are attributed to him.
Yeah,
And it takes
sure.
away a lot of the humanity from that. It's crazy. But this is what actual people do argue.
I like the argument for killing people and creates better environmentalism. That's
But yeah, that's what people make. And this is the thing when you look into history is that people will make these actual things because they are so detached from it. And this is what will happen over the centuries as well.
that
Is
is,
they
that's
will
true.
have a detachment from it. And so they will begin to argue that as if it didn't happen the same way.
Oh, you
And it's
mean
great that
like-
we're beginning to sort of realize that to the extent that it actually exists as now. But again, that's what people have been saying.
You mean how like the Swedish proposed a climate dictatorship and shit like that?
Yeah, basically. But
Yeah, nice. Fucking meme. Well, I mean, I might die through this meme, but who knows?
Genghis Khan was definitely a villain. He's definitely considered a bad guy.
Well,
But he's a
media,
hero in
always-
Mongolia. He's on the paper. He's basically their George Washington. That's the way I phrased it before. And that's true.
Well, yeah,
let's
a lot of
be,
things
let's
were
be
actually
fair. Everyone else's villain is always a hero somewhere.
Gave all of his subjects religious freedom. He got rid of torture.
True.
He established the Silk Road as it is, as we know it now, or we knew it until
Exactly that, yeah.
pretty much.
He's history's greatest murderer.
But also
Apart
one
from all
of
the
the,
others, of course.
one of the
I don't know, I
cornerstones
think he's
of
second to
civilization in the
Mao.
West.
You might be right there, actually. But in like media and stuff, when people think of an example of like a really bad person, it's Hitler, or Genghis Khan.
Stalin, Mao.
Yeah.
Stalin, Mao, Pol Pot, Idi Amin.
The difference is
Yosef
That one
Bruce-
Belgian
But, like-
king who killed all the Africans for fun.
But if they're talking like an olden time person, it'll be Genghis Khan, someone before
Olden
the
time
1800s.
person. Define that, Moni. Good God.
All of Carthage.
Or over 100 years old.
There's a lot of history, I have to say. You know, there's like, God,
Not
thousands
modern.
of years of it.
Grognak from the Big Nose tribe.
Yeah, not modern.
6 people died in cave accident.
It's funny that the media did something opposite, in which they portrayed the Spartans as the good guys in 300, when in reality the Spartans were slave-owning psychopaths.
Oh,
Well, let's be fair. The Spartans might have been slave-owning psychopaths, but they were engaged in a defensive war.
Xerxes was bringing culture and civilization, so I have nothing but respect for the Persians.
I mean,
Yes,
he
people make that
was
argument nowadays,
bringing-
but it's like such a hindsight argument to make. Like, if you read
Oh yeah,
the Socratic dialogues, it's a case where, I mean, it was basically, Persia was kind of the world back then. They were this gigantic empire against all the Greek city-states. And it was a sort of terrifying prospect. They were so they were powerful, but they were so small by comparison. And yeah,
Well,
you can kind of argue that Persia brought various things like sort of freedom of religion and abolition of slavery and all that sort of stuff. But it was totalitarian nature. You didn't get a choice in the matter. You were just sort of
Well,
dominated by them. So
let me
clearly
let me
different.
let me introduce a concept here. We talked about Nietzsche before, right? Technically speaking, the reason why the Persians are bad is because they didn't manage to win.
Yes. History is dictated by
Might is right and all
Well,
that.
it's not just that. It's also that the winner obviously had the stronger argument.
That's fallacious, I'm pretty sure, but we'll roll.
Well,
with
I
it.
mean, no. Think about it, right? Think about it. If you believe, and I don't, but if you believe that right and wrong is subjective, right? So if you in a world without a morally objective God, for instance, and you believe right and wrong is subjective, obviously the thing that wins the argument in the end must be the right thing, because it either has terrified enough people to believe in it, like meme theory from Dawkins, right? So the idea was either terrifying enough to frighten enough people into it, or was compelling enough to compel most people into it, right? And it created a society and a culture and an ethos that was either stronger or weaker than that of the other people infected with the other idea. So obviously the stronger idea wins, So that's the kind of point I was making. If you don't believe in real right or wrong, then that's, I think, the only measurement one would.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I think we all
right.
get why these things develop in the first place. It's just that we sort of know better later on. Of course, there's many things that were realized by the Greeks, particularly sort of Socrates and Plato, that weren't then re-recognized really until like the 19th century or something. There were many things that Socrates was basically put to death for by the Athenians because they just didn't agree with it outright.
I just wanna point an open letter to Aristotle here. Fuck subjective forms. Platon gang posted this.
Damn right.
Anyways, didn't we have like topics for the show in general, Moni?
Not
Probably did, but this is
Besides being a terrible racist, you're also a terrible host.
Yeah, Schumer usually takes care of that. So, and there was some confusion over the date as well. It moved around a bit. So,
How many people are watching, anyways? Like
at
3?
at the moment there's 7. But again,
Well,
people
I'm
tend
famous.
people tend to watch after the show's completed. But we've had a total
These
of
people are idiots, honestly, because they should do it just like me and not watch it at all.
we've had a total of 64 people tune in and out throughout the course of the show, though.
I envy the ones who left.
They're wise for it, no doubt.
Braver souls than me. Anyways, Moni, any topic? Anything cool you want to throw in the room?
Yes. So, regarding it's quite a hot button issue.
Mm-hmm.
And the serious solutions would be appreciated rather than something extreme and jokey. So,
I'm always that serious.
right. So recently there's been a spate of violence in France. Some of it is believed to be related to religion. So
Might you be less around the bush and more up front?
okay. Well, at the moment there are 5 million people in the country who are adherents of that religion, and
Might you call that religion out?
well, that's not really important. It's more
Surely it is, though. If you're going to behead someone just because they show their picture of your prophet, I would imagine.
Okay, well, do you need to stress that I think that person wasn't actually a citizen. They were like an asylum.
They were still living there legally, apparently. Anyway.
Okay.
What does citizenship mean in the EU anyway?
Good lord, yes, exactly.
I didn't move on to the actual question. The actual question is, what is the solution to the issue? So how can we stop this from happening again in the future? So now
I didn't want meme answers to this because
I'm gonna give
variety of answers you could give.
I'm gonna give a serious answer. Stay in self-defense. Everyone who attacks gets killed.
I think everyone who does attack gets killed.
Good.
by police. Like, because
Good.
the people have like knives and they're
There's
trying to
the
take as many
solution.
people as they want.
People will be forced to be civil.
Well,
But they're prepared to die,
This is
though.
France we're talking about. We can't expect
Fair
them.
enough. Then let them die. Let's see who's stickers the longest.
Okay, I don't think that solves the issue. It just keeps.
Obviously, it solves the issue. If a bunch of savages want to go apeshit over some minor thing, which, because of their wacky ways, is intolerable for them, then they might want to move somewhere where they don't have to deal with such things, might want to stay silent and begrudge this in silence, or act out violently and get killed for it.
Don't see it as such a black and white issue. I think there are
Go
the
on.
loud majority, and there also are the minority that don't act upon these urges that will be caught up in the crossfire, unfortunately.
That's true, but it is
Yeah,
the in-groups. It is the in-groups. What is it called? Duty to keep themselves pure.
Well, I know English isn't your first language, but that sounded quite Hitlery.
No, it doesn't quite sound Hitlery because
The purity of the
the
Aryan race type feeling.
yeah, but the word pure doesn't necessarily have to do anything with the Aryan race. If I'm a conservative, and I am, and people who are basically just socialists with the speed limit try to call themselves conservatives, then it is my duty to discredit these people's label as often as I can. If I'm a Christian and people act in non-Christian ways while claiming they're acting in the faith or in the belief of God, it is my duty to proclaim that these people are not with my Father. And if I'm a Muslim and people act out like fucking savage apes, it is my duty as a Muslim to say that those people are not with me. And it is also my duty to act against these people when they act violently, just as it would be for me if Christians were going on the streets and starting to attack atheists over all the shit we get from them.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I don't think your solution's all that great though, but I appreciate that it was at least.
There are no solutions. It's as simple as that. It's
the only one?
That's the thing.
Every other solution is either the dissolution of your own values, the pandering to terrorism, or, well, mass executions. And I don't think we want to go to that one.
Exactly that.
I had a different idea actually,
Go on.
and that doesn't fall into any of those categories. So France
Go on.
is already quite a secular country, and they go to quite some lengths to maintain that secularity.
That's true.
So
militantly atheist, yes.
yeah, they could push that a bit further and
outlaw religion.
I was thinking that, but I wasn't going to say it. But something like that.
Well, that would just lead to the beheading of the government by
I can't imagine that would stick.
And it's creating thought crime. It's basically it's basically being worse than the Muslims themselves. It's basically doing the same thing as the Muslims.
It's doing the same thing as the Soviet Union, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Oh, it would just.
It's a terrible solution.
It would no. It wouldn't be that hard. It wouldn't be that hardcore. It would just be like, oh well, you can't do certain things, and then people would just sort of like lose interest in it. Sort of like.
Stop being so beating like stop beating.
You can explain it
then. Like talk straightly as if you believe what you say. Otherwise, no one will ever take you serious. So say what you mean and say it directly.
Well, let's see.
You're forbidden to go to church. Is that what you meant?
Well, again, that's what I was thinking, but I wasn't going to say that because that seems too far.
That would be one of the things that I would have to wander into France for to behead their government.
So it's just that I can tell that that's clearly a bit too far, but something a bit lower down that impedes religion.
You're not allowed to be religious in public?
Do you mean like separation of state and church, something like that?
I mean, we already have
a step up from that.
Church and state.
Following religion is how you get Cathars.
I mean, Do you mean the Islamic outgroup, Kafir?
No, the Cathars. They were, I suppose, a sect of Christians in like the French and German areas. I suppose more Italy, I suppose, than anything else. And they
Go on.
were. They consider themselves the pure ones. I'll just leave it at that.
Doesn't every Christian group?
Of course, you have Orthodoxy, you have Cathars, you have Fraticellis, you've got all the different types of sects.
You
of
got the really
Christianity,
based
but-
ones called the shit. I forgot its name. Only in English though. The Coptics. There we go.
Lutherans. Scared of Lutherans?
No, I'm not scared of them. I just don't like them.
That's fair.
I mean, my problem with Lutherans is they're idiots with the heart in the right place. They're like, well, the Catholic Church is doing something that's obviously not going along with God, you know, like taking God's name in vain is like what Jesus punished the priests, the Jewish temple for, right? Because they tried to merchandise with God, and then the Lutherans are like, yeah, that's kind of wrong, you know, and it's right there in the Bible that that's wrong, and like they're kind of bad about it. So we'll just add a whole bunch onto the Bible and corrupt God's word even further and further our political ideology along the way. And now we have the solution. How is that being the better Christian, you know? Like the solution is already in the text. All they would have had to do is say, we've gone too far. Let's go back to the scripture. This is what it says. You know?
Interpretation, simply due to the text being so old that the meaning is skewed. That's why we have the...
That's obviously true, but we have like developed a lot of ways of interpretation of the Bible along the way, and a lot of it is quite helpful to understand quite clear meaning out of most of it. Parts that are more vague are parts that are purposefully vague, usually, because they're meant to be interpreted according to the individual and his life circumstance.
Hmm. Okay.
The Bible is a quite well put together book, and
Oh no, that's not true. You know it's full of contradictions.
You've never read it. That's the problem.
Are you currently wearing wool and linen?
No, but I'm also not Jew. That's the problem.
Well, and what's the point of having the Old Testament if you're supposed to just ignore it and
Because
just go off the new one?
You're not just supposed to ignore it. You're supposed to read it in the way it's supposed to be read.
The Old Testament
It's the story of the Jews. There are some rules in the Old Testament that I have to follow. One of them are Noah's laws. Don't eat from a living animal. Let me pull them up quickly so I don't get any of them wrong, because that would be embarrassing. But Noah's laws are for all people, and everyone has to follow them, including me. The Israeli laws, or the laws of the Jewish people, are for the Jewish people. The laws for me, for the Gentile, are the laws of Christ, the one Christ puts down. There's also a lot of purpose in the Old Testament, because it is, and this is what early church fathers have said, it is very rich in what do you call it? Interpretive wisdom. There's very little in there that has to be taken literal, and very much in there that has to be taken with an understanding of the culture and the surroundings. Keeping in mind that the Bible was never and has never, should never claim to be the work of God. It is the work of men inspired by God. In fact, the Bible isn't the be-all and end-all of Christianity. Your personal relationship with the divine is the be-all and end-all of Christianity.
How do you feel then about the well, especially sort of the American sects you get, which are totally fundamentalist in nature, that take it as a very literal interpretation?
Oh, American Christianity is a complete joke. Like the rapture, that's not even in the Bible, and like all of them believe
No, it
it.
is. There's parts about rapture in the Bible, about the people rising at the day of judgment.
Is it not due to the evangelical Quakers that all moved in Exodus to America?
Well, I'm not quite sure about that. By the way, just quickly, I got Noah's laws, the 7 laws of Noah: not to worship idols, not to curse God, to establish courts of justice, not to commit murder, not commit adultery, bestiality, or sexual immorality, not to steal, not to eat flesh from a living animal. Those are laws that
Seem
from the
very
Old Testament that
similar
might have.
to the Ten Commandments and Moses and stuff.
4 of those
Well,
are just
they're far earlier than that.
Yeah, but seem a bit redundant.
No, because the Moses laws were for the Jews. Those are laws for everyone.
Okay, I guess. Fine. I mean, but in terms of like the perfect book that the Bible is supposed to be,
The Bible isn't perfect. It's made by men. Men are corrupt. Obviously, it's corrupt. It's just the best. Okay. If you take holy books, if you take religions in general, not just holy books, religion is like a map of a coastline. There are good maps and there are bad maps. There's some maps that lead you to where you want to go, and some maps that lead you astray from you where you want to go. And what Christianity is the best approximation of a map that we have so far to get a real connection to the divine.
In a sort of spiritual way or in a more literal way?
Both. So you will feel God in your life when you become a Christian. You will notice when you do wrong and when you do right, even if you don't. There's a good example of that, by the way. I used to be a very militant atheist for most of my life. I've been a Christian for the last 2 years. Once I became a Christian, I noticed that there was always the, let's say, voice of God in my life. It's just that I tended to ignore it.
That's sort of that's the idea of the conscience, though, isn't it?
Well, if you believe that God created every man with a divine spark, what tells you that the conscious isn't that divine spark?
I suppose, but again, that's what's sort of innate into the, well, then there's the way that you choose to interpret it. So sort of innate things that we will feel regardless of the situation. So we can tell ourselves things otherwise. And I suppose you would see that as being, yeah, you would see that as being Jesus' an intervention or something from God. I'd say that as just being sort of an innate part of the human psyche.
I agree that it's a part of the human psyche, but I believe that this is the godly part of humanity. I believe that that is the divinity inside of you. And that modern people, a lot of atheists especially, because I have been one in that position, tend to ignore their consciousness and actually act consciously against that consciousness in defiance of it.
What do you think that is, though?
I think it's hubris. I think we're committing the worst sin of the bodily sins, which is pride. Humanity has gone very far, and it's gone very far because it's been in touch with its spiritual side and in touch with its natural side. And the spiritual side helped us be good, while the natural side helped us be efficient.
The idea of hubris, I mean, when you say hubris, I can't help but think of the Socratic dialogues. So the opposite of that is temperance. And temperance doesn't necessarily have to be a religious thing. That can be a secular thing if you want it to be. The idea is that it's balancing your life.
I agree, but let me make a case that very few Christians will make to you.
Temperance is like abstinence. It's stopping yourself from drinking or consuming things.
Yeah, but that is part
but it's
of
a sense of balance. We're talking the sort of the ancient Greek interpretation rather than perhaps the more moderate one here.
Are you aware of the Aristotelian virtues?
More or less, yes. I'm more of a Platonian sort of person.
That's fine, but Aristotle made something very well on virtues. I think he borrowed some of it from Plato, which is you have duty to your man, duty to your family, duty to your country, duty to the poor, duty to the poor needy, duty to your wife, and something like that. It's like the duties you have in your life.
Mm-hmm.
And he made the argument that perfect morality is what balances these duties, right?
Yeah.
And that is what I see Christianity as being. And I think that what Aristotle did is discover Christian values before he was ever exposed to them.
Yes, but the exact same thing could be said of Socrates. In fact, I highly suspect that the Socratic dialogues influenced Christianity along the way.
Yes, but I don't believe this is where a lot of people would, like a lot of Christians would argue, no, it's just, Christians were unique in that. No. Christianity is just one expression of the divine. I believe the way Aristotle and also Socrates philosophized some of these things were divinely inspired. I believe
Oh,
that,
I see. Yeah, I see your point.
yeah, I don't believe that. I do believe that Jesus Christ is the flesh-born avatar of the Logos. I do believe that he is made of the stuff that God is made of. But I don't believe that God was unicultural. And I also believe that God can play on every team at the same time and even let some teams lose. Because I think that God, in his infinite wisdom, realizes that the world isn't a peaceful place and will never be.
Well, it's human nature, isn't it?
And it's not just human nature. I mean, we are fallen animals, not just that. But so this is something that I believe in personally. God, as a father, obviously wants us to be more like him. And once we die, all of us, I think, enter the gaze of God, and what you call hell is having to stand in front that infinite wisdom and glory and goodness and be judged by it. And what you call heaven is stand in front of that infinite wisdom and glory and be judged by it. I think there's just the same thing from a different perspective.
Just
Yes,
need
and
to
of course
grab
there
my
are.
estrogen.
What did you say?
I just need to grab my estrogen, so I'm just going to be away for a minute or two.
Okay, no problem. We
All
won't
right, have
listen to you
fun
anyway,
defying
so, you know.
nature.
Anyway, sorry, mate. We were having good discussion, weren't we?
Okay.
I was just going to say, there's a bit in, I can't remember which Socratic dialogue it is, but it's a very similar thing where even the Greeks had sort of a belief of being judged in the afterlife, and you were sort of judged by certain people if you were good, judged by some people if you were bad. I wanted to actually ask though. So you were an atheist. So what turned you more towards religion? And what was sort of like the defining moment or moments that turned you towards it?
Okay, this is not something I'm very comfortable talking about, but because we
Okay,
have a
too much
small
then, yeah.
audience,
Yeah.
and I think that it might help some people along,
Okay.
I will open up about it, but I would like that it. I mean, that sounds a bit cringe, but I would like it to be treated with some respect because it's something deeply personal. So I was a quite hedonistic person with a quite bad lifestyle, which doesn't reflect of all atheists, of course, but at least of a lot of my friends that did. And I got to meet an old redneck from America, actually, and he's probably the smartest person I've ever met. Very ingenuitive too. And we started talking about philosophy, and my theoretical philosophy tended to agree with him more and more as time went past. And then he actually told me that what he was arguing from was just Christianity. He made no attempt of telling me before because it seemed irrelevant to him. And that gave me a shock, obviously, that the people that I heavily despised being an edgy 12-year-old at some point, were the people who were quite in agreement with me philosophically. And that philosophy, well, philo is in the word love, right? That philosophy developed into a love for those ideas. And at some point, I was alone and I was not in a bad place necessarily. I was in a place that I didn't know where to go. And I just said to myself, well, I have 3 ways of resolving such situations, usually, right? I either go for what seems reasonable, go for what my gut tells me, or just throw a coin. And then this time I said, well, I mean, my friend, he's in the server, by the way, he's called El Julio Rojo here, or I'll just call him the redneck from here on out. He basically said, well, listen to God. Listen to what God tells you. And I said, God doesn't tell me anything. I don't know God. God doesn't exist in my life. He said, it's like a relationship with your father. You know what he wants to do when he wants to tell you something. And he's just like, just listen to your father. And I sat alone and I genuinely prayed for the first time, which was like the beggar prayed to Jesus in the Bible. It was at a point of, I have nothing to offer. There's nothing valuable enough about me for you to care, but I hope that you might help your son. and I got a pretty clear answer, and I got what one might call a divine experience, which wasn't like the image of God. It was more like the presence. It's like the shadow of a shadow. It's like a shoreline on a foggy day. It was very minute, but it was very powerful to me, and I started living more after that. Like living more towards what I was told, towards what I experienced. And the more I did this, the better my life turned out. I met my current girlfriend that I'm very happy with and actually engaged with, and I want to marry and I want to have kids with. And I got a good job, and I got my life more together, and I fixed a lot of those deep issues that I had. And I didn't have to lie about my own happiness anymore, because I actually started becoming happy. And I had people in my life I cared about, and people I could care for, and always when I started ignoring God in my life, it wasn't like that these things were just taken away. It was that I'd lose these things slowly, that I'd notice that the work that I'd had to do, it's like keeping a house together, right? The work that I had to do to keep this house together was just adding up, and I didn't know where to start. And once I just took a moment and listened to it again and just tried to not get my own will but God's will, it went good all of a sudden again, and it always it goes better. And currently I'm in a phase in my life where I feel relatively lost again, but I know I'll get out of it as soon as I step down from this proud pedestal again.
Yeah,
and,
I mean, don't we all
know.
currently? Let's face it.
But why
I mean-
Christianity and not like Thor or something? Or
because
Norse?
it wasn't Thor.
I missed
Many-
part of the story because of.
I'm not even listening to all this, so please don't button while
Well,
he's
yeah, I had to get my pills.
If I may
Well,
ask,
I mean, there's quite a lot of, I could make quite a lot of apologetic arguments for why other religions are wrong and Christianity isn't.
It's just
But-
that, based on what I heard, it seems like something else could have kind of fit the whole.
But it's
bill there.
nothing that a polyistic deity could offer. It's
Funny, he's
nothing like-
philosophizing. Just let him speak, okay?
Fine, sorry.
Well, I'm actually done, but
if I
like
may
I said,
ask about
yeah, go ahead.
your was there anything about Christianity specifically that drew you in, such as the theology behind it, or things like soteriology, the
Yes.
doctrine of salvation?
There's something very specific that got me in, which is the perfection of Jesus. There's nothing like I never heard anyone be able to genuinely attack Jesus.
Attack his character, attack his existence.
He's a perfect human. No one ever really genuinely denies that without trying to just be edgy or contrarian.
So your main reason was that the religion itself had someone that exemplified the idea of being human, or the idea.
Yes, someone who like keep in mind that some of the early Christians were what do you call, like pre-Stoic Stoics, right? People
Yes.
who believed in Stoicism. And Jesus himself, speaking Greek, said, "I am Logos, and Logos is I." Jesus never really claimed to be the direct Son of God. He claimed to be a separate entity from God, made of Logos, made of the before God there was the Word. It said, right? So Jesus is made of the Word, just like God is. He is of God, not from God. And Jesus is the perfect exemplification of a life or of a person. There's nothing imperfect about him, and there's
So
nothing.
it is. Well, he sets a perfect example of ideals to aspire to. Then,
Yes, he is. In a sense, he is what Muslims claim Muhammad to be, right? When they ignore all the raping and all the hedonism and all the weird laws he made up just for him and not for thou.
yes.
Well, there was
The-
no rape, but go on.
Well, there was
He
actually.
did rape.
If you look at
Yes.
the history of it, there was. but-
Statutory rape, not actual rape.
What?
Fair enough, that's true, but he did do that.
Yes. Anyway,
Also,
back
fucking
to our
8-year-old.
actual decent conversation. So he's the perfect embodiment of virtues, and he
Yes.
encapsulates everything that we should and could aspire to be.
I mean, if Aristotle or Plato would have heard about Jesus, they might not have believed in that person, but they would have said, "Yeah, that's the perfect person." That's kind of what I mean, right? He is the perfect man. And he's also the great thing about Jesus is he's not that peace-loving hippie that everyone knows. You know, yeah, he's quite fervent on defending yourself from certain things, right?
But he didn't defend
Um,
himself.
There
He
was
did,
the story in
but
which he
not in that,
threw
but not,
Jews
but
out of
not.
the temple.
Yeah, exactly. The Jews were using God's name in vain by advertising with the name of God, saying God wants you to buy these things, for instance, and Jesus whipped them until they left the temple.
That's bad.
No, that's good.
Because violent, he should have talked to him.
Violence is not necessarily bad.
But like in fiction and stuff, like
No,
Picard solves
violence
a lot of
in
his.
real life is often good. There are some things that you should respond to with violence.
Not
Well,
that though. He could have.
Yes,
He could have talked that out.
No, that's not something you can talk out. It's one of two almost unforgivable sins.
Given the current state of Judaism, I don't think he did a very good job.
I don't think that. So, I personally don't think that Jews are to be compared to most other people. No, I know this sounds weird, but I think that Jews have a different struggle than Christians do, and I do actually believe that Jews. So, God never promised Christians heaven. God promised us the earth. God promised Jews heaven. And
What was the name of it? The Jews don't have a specific word for heaven. They have some I believe it's a field, just a field in between valleys or something.
well, it's being close to God.
Yes.
For them.
Meanwhile, Christians have heaven, and the Muslims have Jannah.
Yeah, and
Jannah, actually.
Sorry, Jannah. I didn't know how to pronounce it. I'm sorry.
Oh,
but yeah, it's Jews. Jews are tricky people, in my opinion, at least from a Christian perspective.
Very crafty, basically.
Well, they are the one who have to have to live up to the highest, or almost the highest standards. Jews don't get to be redeemed by attempting, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But besides going into Jews, I think Jesus did a very good job in general, considering that, to my knowledge, Christianity has become again the fastest growing religion, overtaking Islam in 2018, I think, and currently being one of the main reasons why the Chinese government is starting to be toppled, because Christians are a growing minority in China. And I also believe that that we can't fault Jesus for what our own what do you say, our own corruption creates. God gave us free will. That's the problem, right? Like he made us free, so we have to be free to be evil or not with him.
That's a human condition, though, isn't it? It's like we have all these things, and we have to force ourselves on the right path at the end of the day, regardless of what your beliefs are. There is a certain beneficial path, and we're
it's a lot easier when you accept that there's something you can just let yourself fall onto.
No, of course.
You know, there's one of the things that, and Redhead, like the Redneck, has had the same experience. Sometimes God tells you to do something that you don't think you should do, and when you do it, things become amazing. Like, and I know this is like personal stuff, but and obviously scientific reasoning and stuff out the room for a second, because you could call it intuition or anything. Just the other day, I walked past a homeless man, and they asked me if I had some change. This is just, normal situation, happens to everyone. And I taken out my wallet because I wanted to give him some change, and I didn't have any change, and I saw that I had like a couple of bigger notes in my wallet, and I felt the sensation of I have to give him one of those then. I did. And he got up and hugged me, and we had a nice conversation, and and we talked about it, and I asked him if he doesn't want to go maybe down to the local community center of church and ask if he can anything to do to help them out and make their day better. And I haven't seen him after that. He might have drunk himself to a coma or anything, but he might have also done that.
Mhm.
And it's not my part to question. It's just that after I did this, I had this feeling of having done the exactly right thing, not as in the like, oh, I'm a good person, but I've done the thing that God would have wanted from me. And then I just continued on my way, and it's a weird feeling of purpose, of being in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, I get what you mean. And I mean, that person probably did need help. And the point I think I really wanted to raise is that a lot of people who turn to religion are people who are in that circumstance because they need some sort of foundation, they need some sort of guidance. And they've gotten to that point, truth be told, probably from a lot of vices in their life, a lot of things that have gone wrong. And one of the best things about religion that will never go away is it provides a sense of community and a sense of purpose. And people who go wrong, who partake in vices, who live, as you were saying, hedonistic lifestyles, that they're basically drinking themselves to death or taking drugs to death, they find religion because that's one of the best things to replace it. It's a sort of an obsession that replaces an obsession, provides them with virtues and a sort of virtuous life instead. So I'm not too surprised you had that experience, because that might well have actually helped someone who really needed it, quite frankly.
Well, like if I try to go to this from a secular view, right? One has to keep in mind that mimetically speaking, religion, or especially Christianity, is the mightiest idea on the planet. It's the one that thrived the longest, probably. It is extremely dominant cross-culturally in a lot of places in the world. And obviously, let's just go from it without any divine or God or anything. That idea obviously needs to propagate itself through acts of virtue, for instance. It's hard to say that you can go wrong with something that worked for roughly 2,000 years for great societies,
Because a lot of it is well-founded, put simply.
Because Christianity is I think the only religion, besides maybe Buddhism, but Buddhism is too weak to ever gain a foothold, that encourages individual morality.
What's your explanation of the Dark Ages?
Dark Ages?
The Christian Dark Ages. Yeah.
The Christian Dark Ages of around 500 or about 400.
No, I know what you mean. Mostly the breakdown of infrastructure of an empire that went too large. I mean, keeping in mind that most Christians, or that some Christians called the scholastics or scholastics, actually upheld the knowledge of the Romans and so on. I don't think it was due to religiosity. I do think that in times of those strives, people tend to abuse religion for their own nefarious purposes, and it is very important to be skeptical of such people and to listen to your own connection with the divine when, someone portrays themselves as being a shepherd while they're actually the wolf. But I think Dark Ages in general, Christian or not, are part of the human condition. I don't fault Muslims for or Islam for their current Dark Age. Their biggest fault is, empires breaking apart and infrastructure lacking for the projects or for the maintenance of the projects that were at hand. Keep in mind, to be like in Rome or be a Roman or a Roman state was a great privilege. You had roads that were maintained by almost what you'd call back then global army, right? All of a sudden, you don't have that infrastructure, that planning anymore. Obviously, things are going to break down. And all of a sudden, your neighbors want your land, and your neighbor's land, right? So, I think that's a sufficient explanation.
It answers a lot of my questions, but the one thing specifically, going back to the Dark Ages part, is that the Dark Ages were characterized by human stagnation, which a lot of historians do attribute to the prevalence of Christianity at the time. Not to say that Christianity is the fault for it, but as you said, there were definitely people in power that were stifling human growth and creation.
Well, let's be fair. A lot of modern historians are heavily biased against certain ideas, which doesn't mean that they can't be objective on those subjects. And I
Yes.
do also believe that some people took a weird interpretation of Christianity, which was rather collectivistic, which Christianity can't be. You know, Christianity is always about your personal connection with the divine. So yeah, I do agree that that Dark Age was due to some corruption of Christianity as well. I also believe that the Renaissance, however, due to some of the what do you call it, revitalization of Christian beliefs.
Yes, the Renaissance was directly caused by Christian idolism through the imagery
Yeah.
and the statues and whatnot. I will concede that to you.
So besides, I don't think that a society will be good or bad according to the religion it follows. I think it will be good or bad according to the individuals inside that society.
Mhm.
I think that shit countries get shit leaders and shit governments.
Um, so, yeah, it seems religion has been very important for the development of the world and also held it back in some regards. Um, Going forward, though, um, based on what you've said, we can see that religion is good for some people. Um,
I think it's good for all people.
that kind of answers my question there. So you think religion is a good thing for the majority?
No,
Uh,
for every single person. I think every single person benefits from a connection to the divine.
Um, well, what about, say, scientists who need to like be more questioning
Well,
and
ever heard the
skeptical?
phrase "render unto Caesar what is Caesar's"?
There are many scientists that do consider themselves to be
The,
religious.
the Big Bang was developed to have a consistent worldview between Christianity and science. The guy who developed it I think even at the Vatican Institute and was a Christian priest, and he said that the Big Bang is a quite beautiful way to show how God spoke the world into existence.
Yeah, but I think Galileo
Albert,
said one.
Albert Einstein said that quantum mechanics can't be truly random because God doesn't play dice with the universe. There's in fact, I don't think that. Don't get me wrong. You shouldn't interpret the way, like the world, through the writings of 4,000-year-old people, as in literally, as in you shouldn't be like the Muslims and be like, no, salt water can't flow through sweet water. You know, it's not possible, and you see it in the world multiple times, but it's definitely not possible. Or there are huge cracks on the moon created by by Muhammad splitting it. Obviously, that's or believe that Noah's flood must have actually happened. Those are stories that have a very that go far beyond their literal meaning. They're far more valuable than just saying, "Oh, a huge extinction event happened." Noah's story is about society turning bad and destroying itself through the wrath of God, which is how every society destroys itself through bad individual actors. And taking these stories literally is the lowest form of interpretation. And a scientist, hopefully of higher intelligence, will look at such things and say, yes, those are things that I can base morality on, can extract wisdom from the most intelligent thinkers of the last 4,000 years from. But when I look at the atom, or when I look at gravity, I want to listen to Newton. And when I look at energy conversion from mass to energy, I want to look at Einstein. Um, Religion isn't the only field of knowledge.
Well, okay, fine. Well, how about this then? What would you say about religion being intolerant towards some people? So how could you expect a gay person to?
Some things shouldn't be tolerated. Not everything is tolerable because some things are bad for the individual and the society surrounding him.
So,
Being a gay person
mhm.
isn't bad as a Christian. being acting out as a gay person is bad. And there is a lot of things that most gay people act out quite wrongly. They are way more hedonistic. They tend to have more strangers as partners. They tend to have more partners in general. They tend to cheat more in relationships, and so on and so on. And a lot of gay people actually hate these gays because they create a bad community for the other gays. You can be a gay Christian, but you'll have to sadly suppress your urges. Not to say that you can't have a male lover, which you can. It would be a sin, however, and but it wouldn't be a worse sin than, for instance, me being prideful. In fact, it would be a lesser sin than me being prideful.
You going by hierarchy of specific lust being not as bad as pride?
Well, I mean, let's be fair, right? Not every relationship is based on lust, right? I mean, I'm sure you would have had relationships before that could have existed without ever touching the other person, right?
So things like storage and eros and philia.
Yeah, exactly. And you can be a Christian and also be lustful from time to time. Or actually, in fact, what people call the 7 deadly sins are the deadly sins, every single one of them. With pride being the worst.
Okay.
So have any of you guys seen Star Trek?
No.
Sadly.
Oh, I'd really like to.
The
Sorry?
series, the films, or what?
Yeah, exactly. Like, what do you mean? The original series, the second series, I think there's a third series, the first films, the later films, the new films.
Forget the films. I don't think anyone cares about those. But the TV series is,
The old one?
particularly the Next Generation, which is the second series with Patrick Stewart.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys like it?
I don't know. I think
that it was it's okay. Anything specific in regards to it?
I just want to know where it ranks among the other Star Treks and who your favorite characters are and your favorite episodes and story arcs.
Barely watched any, to be honest.
My
It's one of
favorite
those series
character is
I
Khan
always
because
get
everyone
around
else's
to watching,
name.
but,
Sorry, two of you were speaking at once there, but I got the.
yeah.
Go ahead, Trashman.
Yeah, thank you. I barely watched any of it. I watched about, I think, a season from the original series, and that was really good. It was very ahead of its time, I think, as you'd expect. The Next Generation doesn't get good until a while in, from what I recall, so it wasn't that good at first. Sort of seeing the newer films, quite enjoyed what those were sort of going for, but yeah, I don't know, it was good, especially sort of the original series for its time. It's not quite as watchable, I think, as it used to be. But yeah, I wouldn't call it bad per se, but you really have to be into it, I think, and it's a bit more of its era than a lot of things from that era, I'd say.
I just don't like Star Trek in general. And my favorite character is Khan because everyone else's name.
Well, I think you should probably watch it because you'd learn something. Because Picard is very non-violent and he solves his problems.
Yeah, that's why I don't like
talking.
it, because Picard is an idiot.
His
Real life issues aren't solved like his. Real life issues are solved by first of all demonstrating total might and then negotiating.
well,
If you're not dangerous, you're not at the negotiation table. Period.
Quite Machiavellian, isn't it?
Well, no, it's natural. Would you okay? You have a different interest to me, right?
Mhm.
If I can't have any way of doing anything to stop you from enforcing your interest, you wouldn't consider mine.
Yeah, but that's a very, antiquated viewpoint. I totally get what you're trying to say, but yeah, it's
it's
a little less modern, per se.
The problem is 99% of people out there aren't philosophically literate, and they'll just beat you over the head if they want what they want.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll have to find a way to not dealing with some Spurgos on the internet, but dealing with real life people.
Yeah.
And real life people don't respect you if you aren't possibly dangerous.
Yeah, which is true.
And this will always be true. And even if we get people to be non-violent all the time, we won't get nature to be non-violent. Violence, there's divine law and there's natural law. And natural law is right.
Sorry, you're cutting out a bit.
Oh, I said there's divine law and then there's natural. Natural might makes right.
Hmm. Okay.
We
Well,
tend to consider that quite fallacious nowadays, usually.
Well, do we?
In general, yes.
Do
Yeah,
we
yeah,
maybe
that's-
because we won? Do we maybe because we won and we don't want to accept that us being mighty is the thing that made us right, not us being right made us the thing that made us?
But that's incredibly Socratic. It's like, well, do the gods uphold values because it's them upholding them, or do they uphold them because they are right? That's the distinction right there.
Exactly. Oh, it's the wine of the gods dilemma. Is the god like, yeah? Is it the best wine because the gods love their wine, or is do the gods love the wine because it's the best wine?
Mhm.
Ambrosia?
Yeah.
No, I believe that there are certain values that are better, but they are better because they're also mightier. Like God's created values are the best values on both ends. That is why I like Christianity, because it is a not non-violent religion. It is fully like Matthew 5:5, my favorite verse. I have it on my cross. It's pointed towards my heart 99% of the day. Blessed be the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Now, what does meek in Old Greek mean? Because we didn't have that word. It means basically like a timid warhorse, right? Like something, or humble is also somewhat okay translation. Something that is capable of utter destruction and very dangerous, but holds itself back.
I don't like
Those,
that.
Well, there's
well, it's
Beatitudes.
why do you
right?
not like that? Because otherwise, if you don't like that, then sadly you won't be at the negotiation table, because everyone will just, they will squirrel among each other who gets your land, because you're obviously not dangerous.
So a certain amount of right, or a certain amount of might is necessary in order to have some effect in the world, basically.
Obviously, if you're not dangerous, you can't be virtuous.
I get your point, to be sure, but is that ultimately virtuous, or is that not more a sort of transitional phase towards something better?
No, being mighty will always be at the point. There will never be a point at which like even the individual has to be dangerous. And I think, considering that both of you, I think, are somewhat minarchist, the government will tread all over its people if they're not somewhat dangerous.
Yeah, of course.
And other people will, and companies will tread over people if they're not somewhat dangerous or strong-willed, right? And other, like, your family members will tread over you if you're not somewhat strong-willed. And nature will tread over you if you're not somewhat capable.
Strength is not the same thing as being dangerous, though, is it not? There's a difference between a sort of a confident strength and a detrimental strength.
No, I think every strength is always possibly detrimental, but it
But that's possibly
that is what Matthew 5:5 is about, right? That is where the meekness or the humbleness or the being like a warhorse thing comes in play. You have to control yourself. You have to
temperance again, basically.
Exactly. You have to temper yourself, but you have, like, to be able to be tempered, you have to be able to not be tempered. To be able to be a good person, you have to be able to be a bad person.
So it's the choice, being able to make that conscious decision to do it despite knowing the fact that you don't have to.
Exactly.
Okay, I understand.
Like, you need to be able to kill a person to make the choice to not kill a person.
Yes.
Otherwise, it's not a choice, it's a given.
So essentially, the idea is having possibilities available to you, but still choosing the morally correct choice.
Exactly.
It's a
And
bit.
this will make you the strongest person around.
Yeah,
because
I totally get that.
Because people will first of all like to associate with you. They will like to ally themselves with you, and they will not attempt to attack you because they all fear you.
It's quite analogous in Spider-Man. He has the power to kill people but doesn't. Or Batman, why people are.
Well,
drawn
Superman
to
is the
comic
best
books.
example.
Yeah,
Superman could
Superman as well.
change anything he'd like, but he accepted that he might not be as smart as he thinks he is, and that's why he doesn't want to change things too radically.
Yes.
You could argue you could have basically strength in anything, though. You could have strength physically or metaphorically, be that in sort of a form of government or something, but still you could do that in a virtuous way. So it's good
Well,
to
a
have
strong
some
government is
power.
made up of strong people, is it not?
Yeah. Well, exactly that.
Like
Doesn't necessarily have to
that's
be detrimental.
that's one of the great things that Christianity teaches. Everything is like boiled down to the individual. If you have a country, like if you have a monarchy, right, or a fascist dictatorship, but all the people beneath that fascist dictatorship are morally good people. In fact, it wouldn't be a fascist dictatorship anymore because that doesn't happen. And secondly, it would be a good country. Even the government would be good because they'd be forced to be good by everyone around them. You don't get bad people in good places. You get bad people in bad places.
I'm not sure I agree. You can still have bad people in bad places. They might not be a part of the the actual decision making, but they can certainly be under the surface.
Well, let me phrase it like this: if you have a country full of good people, right? No bad person will ever rise in their hierarchy.
Yeah, which
If
I
you
get.
have a country full of bad people, no good person will easily rise in the hierarchy. That's why a country like China will never have a good government until the people will sort out their individual violence. And
Yeah,
if you ever
I
talk
agree.
to a person from mainland China, these people are quite frankly quite terrible often.
I agree with that. Yeah, their culture's completely different. They've got some kind of insect-like mentality, and
Yes.
they're almost a separate species given how inhumane they are.
Yeah,
Well,
they're bugmen.
thank you. Thank you. Who was the guy who was in the Smiths? Morrissey. Thank you for that one. I kind of get the point you're trying to make, though, which is that, but that's the fact that it's totalitarian. When you have a lack of plurality and a lack of open, free
But it wouldn't be
discussion, that is what will
totalitarian
happen.
if these
You
people
have that
were
under
good people.
control.
Plutocracy, indeed.
Sorry, I think
You
your
just
mic's a
wouldn't.
bit quiet. That's recollected quintessence.
I was just mumbling to myself.
Okay, well, I'll turn you up anyway.
Like you wouldn't have a totalitarian government in a place of virtuous people. Can't happen.
No, I get your point, actually.
Because even if a foreign power would move in and try to instate such a thing, these people would die with their values rather than live on.
How would you account for bad eggs within the system itself? Not necessarily in the higher ranks, but it has been shown that people with things such as Machiavellian traits or people that are sycophantic to a degree are able to rise in the ranks quickly because their superiors are more inclined to trust them, believe them, and then give them positions of power through things such as oligarchies. They will always naturally appear in any system that has a natural hierarchy. How would you account for
To
that?
my knowledge, it's not like that these people get trusted easier. Especially if you talk about, for instance, psychopaths, they usually have to swap
Not
places quite
necessarily
frequently.
psychopaths.
Okay, but you mean opportunistic,
Yes.
self-serving people?
Sycophantic people, essentially.
Yeah,
Yes.
what these people tend to do, from my experience, because I naturally am one of these people, or used to be at least, or try not to be anymore. Let's call it that. Is they abuse the vices of other people. So these people, especially when they're somewhat intelligent, they analyze people and find out their weak point and then abuse that weak point to gain whatever they want, which doesn't need to be unpleasant for the other person, right? It could be going to a whorehouse with your boss, right? Who
Yes.
is very lustful, or sharing a drink with your alcoholic colleague, something like that. This is what these kinds of people tend to do, which is again down to the weakness of the individual. Though, to be considered, every individual is weak to some extent. We are corrupt creatures.
But I think the point that he was trying to make was that these people still exist regardless. Like, we could have a very perfect society and you would still have
Yes.
these almost mutations in humanity that would still occur regardless. I highly suspect you would,
Obviously.
because sociopathy tends to be innate. Unfortunately, it is a condition that people have to live with throughout their entire lives, and unfortunately usually never get treated either.
Well, actually, I mean, this is obviously just one example out of context. I do watch some YouTuber called David Wood, who is a Christian apologetic, and he actually used to be a complete psychopath, killing his own, or attempted to kill his own father at the age of, I think, 17, and try to overthrow the government at that age too, and went into prison and became a Christian, and I wouldn't consider him psychopathic anymore.
That would be.
Not sure I'd agree with that, but I get your point at least.
I believe.
But
that
yeah, I
more
mean, it's
sociopathic
obviously
because
a single example and not a scientific sample.
No, of course.
could also just be antisocial personality disorder. There's a lot of different titles.
Well, he
give
was
people.
diagnosed with psychopathy.
Or sociopathy. Which one?
A psychopathy.
I don't see that as genuine then, because a psychopath is someone that is unable to register emotions on the same level
Yes.
as another person. They can experience
Yes.
things like rage and humiliation, but not empathy.
That is what he felt, exactly. That's how he described it too.
I feel empathy, so I'm not a psychopath.
No, you have a different mental illness, which I'm
Basically, yes.
quite hoping that you will grow out of or find a way out of.
There is 40%.
Yeah.
Which is quite
Well,
sad.
I regardless of what I do say, I do hope the best for you, Monique.
I
Thanks.
think we all do.
Not sure why you call me Monique, though.
I thought that was your name.
It sounds more unique.
Was it Monica?
Monica Amber. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I'm
Sounds
sorry.
like a
I don't know what-
stripper.
Alright, so I remembered that. I have you filtered.
Okay.
Fine, well, Mooney, I still
Fair enough. I understand.
regardless of what it is you're going through.
I don't have you filtered. I only have that guy who says the lads filtered. I hate that guy. I don't know why he goes on Brit.
Who knows why most people go on it? I don't even want to fathom.
I go there to shitpost. I'm the guy who always makes those. Oi, those Americans were quite funny, eh? Like, look at them. I only got free healthcare. Quite sad, isn't it?
Is that the one where you always post the Pepe with the yellow teeth or whatever it was?
That too, or Patrick with like the the bad
I love those posts.
drug teeth. Yeah, like I just go on there to shitpost at British people.
Well, how would you like it if we went to the German thread and did that?
Probably find it funny.
I probably would hope that you do it good enough for them to stop being like they are.
That's
Like one of the things that is like, I think one of the first red pills everyone has to get is that bullying is the most important aspect of a society.
No, that's the worst.
No, it's the most important.
Oh, you
Because
sound
it's
like
how
my
society-
mum. She's like, oh, it's better that I tell you that than people in the outside world. So it's like better that she bullies me than other people. So then
No,
I can
she's
fix my
that is
behavior.
also true. She's completely right about that. But the thing with bullying is, it is social hygiene. It keeps society in its lane. It's the only way a society can even exist. Without bullying, a society just becomes multiple cultures and degenerates. And
That's good,
and
because it
breaks-
evolves and
breaks apart.
changes and becomes more diverse.
Yes, but diversity isn't necessarily good.
It is.
No, I mean, if
Yeah,
nature
not
shows us
necessarily.
anything, then homogeneity.
No, it leads
That is-
to dead ends.
Well,
So-
it seems to not. I mean,
Ronnie.
that's why certain, for instance, natural designs by creatures are more common than others, because they work and others don't. That's why, like, every bony fish tries to be a shark, you know, because there are just some things that are better than others, and social homogenization is one of the basically creating the shark rather than the platypus, you know.
So
Yes,
you are against
yeah.
the idea of Hegelian dialectics. Is that what you're saying?
I want to be quite clear. I don't like Hegel. Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, guys.
Money on
Sorry.
the other hand seems to be an advocate of it.
Yeah, Money is a weird communist.
I wouldn't say I'm a communist, but I think communism would be good, and it would improve my
Still a
life
weird
and the lives of
communist.
other people. It'll do the most good for most people.
No, it will kill most people, and then we'll claim that it wasn't real.
Oh, I'm aware of that meme. Oh, it was a proper communism. Well,
No,
gee,
that's really the point, right? So okay, let me go make a thought experiment, right? So, can humans ever be equal?
yes.
No.
Yes. Okay. So everything about the human condition is social.
You cut out everything about the human condition.
So that means everything about the human condition is social.
Oh, All right. Well, I suppose we won't all have the same IQ and beliefs and stuff, but we could be
Okay, so we're
equal.
not equal.
No, but
But what if some beliefs are more successful than others?
successful in what way though? Is success?
Create more,
Okay, so
benefit people more than other ideas.
okay, if it benefits society more, that's fine. That's good for
Okay,
everyone. But um if it's a
but what if
benefit
it
for the
benefits society? But what if the idea that benefits society the most just happens to benefit a subset of society more than the rest?
it's fine if only some people subscribe to that. What I'm more concerned about is what's beneficial to the individual.
Okay, but what? Okay, so that's exactly the point I wanted to get into, right? So you have something that's beneficial to one individual. What if this individual is about happens to have more success than other individuals? Then you obviously wouldn't have equality, right?
Well, I'm just happy with people having a high standard of living.
Yeah, but communism never provided that and could never provide that because you will have to basically cut down the people at the top, right? Because they are far more ahead than the other people. Because you'd subscribe to a
Yeah,
doctrine of equality.
yeah,
Okay,
cut down the
so now
rich.
you kill all the productive people. Now you have a society full of unproductive people.
Oh, the rich people don't do anything.
The rich people are the most productive people.
Well,
Most people who are in the top 10% bracket of earning work 80 hours a week.
okay, well, when with communism, everyone would have a job, so we'd still be productive.
Well, yeah, but what if you do that job shittily? What if you do that job worse than not doing that job at all?
Okay, but we'd have 100% employment rate, so that'd
So
make.
what if 50% of those people do that job worse than if they wouldn't have done it at all?
Oh, but happy workers are good workers, and because of communism, everyone will be happy because they've all got their
Why are they
resources.
happy?
Because they've got
Why do resources make people happy? I know a lot of poor people who are very happy and very few rich people who are.
because the reason people work is to get those resources and improve their
No,
quality.
the reason people work is to benefit their surrounding.
What?
Mostly.
Well, I work.
Mostly benefit their family.
Well, why do you? Is that why you work?
I work to raise a family soon, yes.
Well, I work for money.
Well, that's one of the ways that we acquire the means to raise societies, for instance, or raise children. Yeah.
And I work with single people. I'm sure they work for money as well.
No, I think I think what they do is that their biology tells them that they need to be more attractive towards a potential mate so they can continue their species, so they should probably be productive. I think the only reason people work is because women exist.
And not everything's about sex.
Yes, everything is about sex. Must be. It's the only thing that an organism cares about reproduction.
That is biologically true, but humans have the tendency to attempt to separate themselves from the biological instincts. We always say that we're not animals, despite obviously being animals. And we
Well,
have
that's
this
just the
massive
catch-22.
survival
That's just catch-22. We do that to make it easier to have delayed gratification, which increases the likelihood of having good offspring. Because we're not a spreader, right? Like we tend to have few offsprings, but very good offspring. So spiders who have like 1,000 but eat half of them.
Yes. So it's more selective breeding than just having a potluck.
Yes.
Okay.
Because yeah, exactly. And making it seem that it's not all about sex actually makes it easier to be that selective. But it is in the end still all about sex. Continuation of the species.
How would you rationalize that to, say, an Hasidic monk?
I think he already rationalized himself too far out of that position. I don't think you can rationalize with I don't think rational. Oh, do you know the self-defeating nature of rationality?
It does not sound familiar, no.
Okay. So basically, Kant went a little bit into that himself. Jung also a bit. But there's a quite modern book from, I think, the 80s called Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, an inquiry into values. And the basic problem is that, logically speaking, you shouldn't listen to logic, because it's just a made-up concept of your own imagination.
Okay.
Which is quite simplified. But what logic is in the end is just a tool for us to be used to propagate our species.
Guys, we've just about gone for 2.5 hours. Only supposed to go for 2, so we kind of need to wrap up. So,
Sure.
are there any topics anyone wants to bring up, and we can just keep going.
Yeah, how are you still wrong about the Trump prediction?
I have actually just browsed. I did browse poll a little while ago, and there do seem to be
Don't
some
browse poll, Jesus.
but there seem to be backing what you're saying, and there's some new polls and information
Well, it's not
suggesting that
about
Trump
polls,
will win.
because polls are shit. They always have been. Polls is like, look, if I go on the server, right, and ask every single person who they'd vote for, right, that'd be a poll.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that every single person, first of all, has an opinion on that, won't change their opinion at some point, will tell me the exact truth, despite the social stigma attached to it, and all those other factors? It's senseless.
But the information I found backed your opinion.
Yeah, but look, I know it backed my opinion, but faulty evidence is faulty evidence. I don't look for what backs my opinion. I look for truth. And the best way to predict election results in the United States is by looking at the primary results, in which Biden sucked.
It's the same situation as the last presidential election, where the Democratic Party simply chose the worst option.
Well, have you looked at the other people?
He
They're not
won
much better.
straight out though, unlike Hillary, who had to
No, he
cheat.
won with 61%.
If
That
it
is
were
not straight
Bernie-
out. Trump won with, I think, 99%, with 1% going to some guy that I never heard about.
That's because they weren't doing primaries because
They were.
he was the sitting president. So
They still did primaries. It's
yeah,
just that in these primaries, usually people like
they're a
look.
formality.
Sometimes no, they're not. Sometimes people actually, when there's a fight for the presidency in his own party, his chance of re-election is almost null.
Mm, well, you say that, but it's hard to believe because
Well, but
the,
it's historically evident.
but his party is very much towing the line though and doing what he says, and he's popular with his
Well,
base.
yes, exactly. And Biden isn't popular within his party. Half of his party likes Biden, likes Sanders more than him.
Yes.
And let's be fair, Sanders could never be elected because I think it was 60 or 70% of Americans said that they would never vote.
Would never vote for what you cut out.
A socialist. Even though
Ah.
that's still an opinion poll, which means that it doesn't matter, but it's the only argument I have on that front.
Bernie's demographic would be the college
Zoomer.
or university students
So
that
Corbyn people.
Corbynites, yes.
Yes, people with a little too much money in their pocket and a little too much brain in their skull.
Midwits.
Yes, midwits.
Okay, all right. Well,
Midwits are the worst people.
It's not great. It's not good to say that.
well, it's gonna make
Well,
for
let's be
exciting
fair, though,
viewing.
they are, because they're the ones who rationalize their own morality. Like stupid people, they don't question these things, and smart people, they come to these things. But midwits are the ones who are like, yeah, but that doesn't have to be true, so I just won't believe it.
Does this go back to your conversation earlier about the people that watch things like Rick and Morty and The Big Bang Theory?
Oh, Jesus, I hate these people. Fucking midwits. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't proclaim my hate for any people. I think we're all brothers and sisters beneath God. Despite me sometimes not liking half of.
I can understand that. It's good to extol these beliefs and virtues in people, but it's hard to maintain it.
Oh no, it's the thing that loving someone does not mean that you won't.
You cut out there at the end.
I said loving someone does not mean that you won't kill them. It doesn't. I mean, I'm sure that one loves their son, right? But if your son is going to be like I think it would be the moral thing to kill your son if he's literally Stalin, you know, doing the Stalin things already, you know?
Could have
Like
said
you're his
Hitler.
dad. Yeah, but Stalin is worse.
Yes,
Fine.
Stalin was worse.
And Hitler was also a socialist, so I hate him too.
I just thought it was funny because you're German and you didn't say the obvious one.
Yeah, I actually thought about it for a second, and I was like, no, don't pick the obvious one. Because everyone always says like, oh, would you kill baby Hitler? And I didn't want to make it sound like that example, because I don't think you should be able, like, I don't think you should kill someone before they did anything.
Well, that's a surprisingly compassionate opinion from you.
It's not. First of all, compassion is dangerous. You should have it in moderation. Secondly, it's not surprising.
Oh, you're against the whole negotiation thing and need to be
No, I'm not against the
powerful.
negotiation thing. I never said that. I said you won't be able to negotiate before you're powerful.
All right,
People-
fine. You're what's the word?
Jesus, yes.
No, it's like a word where you're not very optimistic. It's the opposite of pessimistic, I think.
I'm not pessimist. If anything, that's realistic. Why would I care about your opinion if you have no way of
Because you also are rational and respect everyone, so you're prepared to hear the opinions
Why
of
would I
everyone.
respect everyone? Most people aren't respectable. Respect is something very highly earned, and being rational, it's the rational conclusion to just not hear you out.
You strike me more as a naturalist than a realist. In that
Well, I mean, it's a very unpopular term because some people apply it to Adolf Hitler, but it's somewhat Darwinistic in my worldview, somewhat. But
Hitler was a populist.
he was. That's true. I'm also a populist, though Jefferson was also a populist, and you know, so is every great leader, and a lot of terrible ones too. You know, that's what I kind of mean, right? Being a populist is great when you have a good society. Being a populist is terrible when you have a terrible society. Being a populist just means, you know, enforcing the will of the people.
Yes.
Anything else is elitism.
Was it Jefferson who had that during his inauguration? He had a party and let all of the common people in, and they destroyed pretty much everything in the White House. Was it Jefferson?
I think that is. I think that was Old Hickory, which was Andrew Jackson.
Yes, it was Jackson, because he was the one that initiated the Trail of Tears. Yes, it was definitely him.
Yeah. Fucking based. No, I shouldn't say that.
Because he slaughtered all of those Native Americans.
Well, let's be fair, right? If you don't have a concept of property or land ownership, you
There's not much you can do.
I mean, I'm just saying, right? Despite me hating Ayn Rand on almost every front because she's just a terrible person, she was right about the natives.
What natives?
Every native.
That they
But
are
she
based?
specifically spoke about the Native American.
What did she say about Native Americans?
Let me find the quote exactly because
No.
Fam, you came in late just as we were wrapping up.
There we go.
Are you guys podding right now?
We're already.
We are
wrapping up.
live, but yeah.
Oh, wow.
Here's the quote by Ayn Rand. The Native Americans didn't have any right to the land, and there was no reason for anyone to grant them rights which they had not conceived and were not using. What was it they were fighting for? If they opposed white man on this continent, for their wish to continue a primitive existence, their right to keep a part of the earth untouched, used and not even as property. Just keep everybody out. So that you will live practically like an animal, or maybe a few caves above it. Any white person who brought the element of civilization had the right to take over this continent.
Yeah, sounds pretty based to me.
It's not based. It's just that English isn't your first language, so you don't understand just how awful that was.
No, but like
No, I mean,
they
it is-
had land and they lived like savages, and then white
Swedish
men
people
came.
did too. You guys did it.
exactly, and then they
What?
were
No,
conquered.
Swedes didn't have slaves. You fucking retard. Read
No,
history.
the point is Swedish people were conquered, but Swedish people were conquered and became a greater civilization.
When were Swedish people conquered?
What's
But-
Oni? Oni, what's up?
Who's
You're all
making the annoying sound?
pedophiles. Kill yourself.
Okay.
Well,
leave this
I
chat.
date someone older than myself, so I'm
Not
not
you,
a pedophile.
Jonathan. I like you, Jonathan. Even though you're a schizophrenic nutter, I like you. Everyone else, you're all pedophiles.
Yeah, and I don't like you with your
I don't
annoying
understand why you
coughing
like me, but
sounds.
I'll take that as a
Fucking
compliment.
female stuff.
What?
Are you a tranny?
No.
Why are you making
A little bit,
annoying
he does look
coughing
like one.
sounds, though? That's very feminine of you.
What do you say?
You're making annoying coughing sounds. That's very feminine.
We don't like
Bro.
people
Hey,
like
speak-
him in England, by the way, just so you're aware.
Hey,
Only-
be quiet, fam. You're a known pedophile. You're known to pee in other people's drinks and make
Well,
them
let's
drink
be
them
fair.
and stalk girls and that. You
You're
freak.
thinking of Moni.
One
and-
second.
You
Let's be
freak.
fair, Moni. People in England also don't like you.
Yeah, I
Only-
think no one likes you, mate.
Oni, are you from the Southampton, Brighton area?
No,
No,
no.
He's clearly from like Croydon area.
I'm not good with accents, but it just sounds similar to one of my friends.
Only
No, I'm
sounds
from
like a
South
wigger.
London.
Yeah, he's a wigger. No
Oh,
one
so-
likes wiggers.
Shit.
Wait, you're from
wasn't
South
too far away.
London?
I'm from South London.
EU.
Yep.
South London is the black part, by the
He
way.
doesn't even argue. He seems to be pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah, man. I'm straight chilling. I just came in here to fucking say my piece.
I've been
You
nothing
got
but civil
kids.
to you.
You haven't. You went on a bit of a racist rant to me that one time. and
I
called me,
apologized though.
yeah, you did apologize, but it was too late. It was too
And it was-
late, and I don't accept apologies from piece of shit people.
What? It's never too late to apologize. And if
Oni, let's be fair.
Apologize.
Hold on. Oni, let's be fair, right? There should be some leeway for mentally ill.
Yeah, there should be some leeway for mentally ill, but having a mental illness doesn't excuse Big Amir Hussein's actions.
well, you
That's true.
you need to be mature and you need to realize that sometimes people say mean
I
things
am.
and they
I am being mature.
and once
you're
they
being-
apologize, you need to
No,
squash
no,
the
no.
beef, as they say on the
No,
street.
you're being a little child, fam. That's not how it runs out here, you know.
Moni, aren't you
Shit.
gonna mutilate your own cock? Why are you talking to other people about being mature?
Jesus, Moni, I have a question. Why do you genuinely, right? Considering that all this server has become is a circle of bullying you, why do you
Yeah.
keep making this show?
I think
Because-
it's time I think this is the last episode of Britfeel
Because-
Radio.
I'm not a bully, and I don't want to exclude people.
I think
Okay,
this
fair
is
enough.
the last
That's a
episode
good
of
point.
Britfeel Radio.
I think you're kind of a bully, Moni.
What?
Moni's look.
But no one agrees with you, so you can't bully.
Moni is a lot of things, but she's not. Sorry, he's not a
She's-
bully.
Yeah.
Good
You
lad.
got-
For one major reason, he does not have any of the characteristics or strengths that you would have to be actually certain in your position.
Well,
That's
you're a
true.
bully for misgendering me.
Well,
Yes,
the thing
I
is,
think bullying is good. Remember,
obviously, my nigga Jonathan, he's a real guy, innit? And he doesn't respect you because he sees that you're a fucking creepy motherfucker.
I don't think Moni's creepy. I just think Moni's a bit weak.
Yeah.
I think Moni.
Anyway, do you want to have a scrap at the Britfeel meetup, mate?
That's sexist.
Yeah, I can't come unless you
do,
pay
you,
for my chicken.
do you want to? Nah, not you. I'm talking to Amma. Do you want to have a scrap at the Britfeel meetup?
There's no one called by that name here.
Sorry, I mean Amber Monica White. Do you wanna have a scrap at the Britfeel meetup, mate?
Well, maybe you should follow the news instead of watching I don't know, the music rap channel all day.
I do know the news, you fucking mong. It's a month from now, bruv. And apparently, we're meeting up in December, Christmas meetup. So do you want to have a scrap?
Wait.
Lockdown's probably going to go a bit longer than that because it's not going to
But
get
do you want
solved.
to have a scrap when it's done?
Honestly, caring about the lockdown, what the fuck?
Yeah, on God, bro.
I
That
would
shit
be
ain't even
okay with
real.
having sex with you if that's what you
I'm
want.
not allowed to leave my
What?
country.
No, I don't. I wouldn't touch your nanny with a 10-foot pole, rude boy. But yeah, do you want to have a scrap?
If
You
by
guys
scrap
aren't
you
even
mean
on
a
top of
scrap
that
in
one.
bed, yes.
No, I mean a scrap, as in
So
a
it's a
fight.
date.
Nah, bruv, you're like
Britfeel meet
30,
up.
You're like 30, and like you're saying to a 19-year-old, "Oh, do you wanna have
Hold
some
on,
rubbly
Modi.
puppy?"
Hold on, Modi. You're 30?
I'm not 30.
How old?
Okay,
Are you?
because I would be
29.
quite disappointed if you still held those childish beliefs at 30.
How old are you?
A lady never
Holy
tells.
shit.
29 and a half.
And a gentleman
Yeah,
doesn't ask.
I bet he's like 29.
Yeah, but are you sure that a guy from South London is a gentleman? So answer the question. Are you like, what are you? 18, 19, 15?
I'm 19, mate.
Is your dad a
No,
weasel?
you're a bit too broad-shouldered to be 15, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, so again,
Moni, answer the question. How old are you?
I'm 29.
You're
But I had a
basically
very
30.
severely stunted development due
You're
to an
basically
abusive
30.
environment.
Yeah, so did I, but I struggled. I went through the struggle and I came out the other side.
Oh, yeah, it's not the same thing. You had your gangs and stuff.
What
But
are
I
you?
had
Why are you assuming that?
Well, I'm
What,
right.
just because your dad diddled you makes you better than me?
I was abused by my community. I was abused in the mosques. I was abused, and then I was
You're
just.
abused of what? Did Imam
I
Raj
didn't.
go
I
up to you
didn't
and
make a
diddle you?
friend until I was 24 years old.
That is fucking sad. That. I don't think that's about an abusive environment. I think that's about you, mate.
But by friend, do you mean
come
a
on.
60-year-old
Be a
man
bit-
who had sex with you?
Honestly, let's all be a bit kinder to Mon. I mean,
Nah.
no, look, I don't condone like bullying disabled people.
I
don't mean-
don't condone bullying disabled people either, but after becoming wise to the things he's done, I don't care if he's a fucking cerebral palsy downy, bruv.
Well, look, I mean, let's be fair, right? Someone with his mental condition, growing up in Pakistan, is
I didn't grow up in Pakistan.
Growing up in a Pakistani family in Little Pakistan, is probably quite hard, and probably does a lot more mental damage than it would do good.
Yeah.
And let's be fair that maybe some compassion could help him go onto the right way. And
mate, honestly,
I didn't experience kindness until I was 25 years old.
Mate, I reckon you need to get off 4chan and that, and like pure fucking move countries and that, and change your name and your gender, and fucking live a new life as Big Michael Smith.
What do you mean by change gender?
Like go like bounce back, like oh my man's a tranny now, but just boom, now he's cisgender.
You know, Moni Arcoid wanted to fuck you when you were a guy. She's a cold burner.
Colburn is have sex with black people.
No, just
who's black?
I'm not black.
You are kind of though. You're not.
No, you're brown.
Yeah. Nah, brown people count as black people, innit? Like Somalis and that. They're all.
By cold burner, I mean fucking.
And I get the feeling that Fam is from Eastern Europe.
Sorry?
Fam, are you from Eastern Europe?
Yeah.
He's Swedish. But I think he's an immigrant from Sweden, from what I hear.
Swedish? Jesus. So you're a Muslim? Salam alaikum.
Yes.
Assalamu
I'm Mohammed Abu Dhabi.
Yeah,
he's actually my boyfriend, by the way.
No.
Listen, it's mad how every time Muslims say hi to each other, they say salami. I swear down pork is haram as well.
Assalamu alaikum.
Don't blacks have all that complicated handshaking stuff?
What? I'm not black. How many times do I have to tell you? You fucking skunk G. I'm not black.
You're a wigger though, so you should know this.
No,
Wait,
but
can we
You're
hold the
a wigger.
train?
Oni,
Can
do
we
you know
hold
what
the
they
train?
say
There's
when they
there's
say
a lot of
goodbye?
things. There's a
What
lot
did
of
you
things
say,
going on
Mr.
I don't
Anime
get.
profile picture?
Do you know what they say when they say goodbye?
No.
They say my ass salami.
Man said my ass salami. Aye, nah, that's what Modi's
No,
doing.
that's not what
fucking
they
shoving
say. That's not a
pork
thing.
Ass
sausage
salama. They say my ass
up his
salama.
arsehole.
My ass salami.
My ass salami. Yeah, no, that's what Big Omer is doing. Like putting a big pork sausage up his arsehole. Swear down.
Can
That's
I-
not funny. That's just crude.
Nah, what? My man's laughing.
not
innit?
funny,
So
that's
it's
why
not
we're not.
funny.
Can I hold the train for a second? Wait, why did Moni claim that Fam was his boyfriend?
Yeah, that's best sus, bruv. What, fam, are you his boyfriend or what?
Nope, he's delusional.
Aye, that's mad, fam.
She.
He's.
I don't care.
You were born a man. You will always be.
Yeah.
Money,
Okay,
how
he's
tall are you?
delusional more than one way. Go on.
Money, how big is your willy?
I don't measure it.
Well, go
Well, I mean,
go get a ruler. Go
no, don't get
a
a
bum
ruler.
one.
Don't get a ruler.
Well,
Get a measurement cup, fill it with water. Get a boner and put it in the measurement cup, and then look at how much water displaced.
let's just put it this way: there's enough skin that it could be fashioned into a vagina.
If I'm
That
fucking
is fucking
Oh my
grim.
god, that's
I grab hold
disgusting.
of
That is
like a rail.
grim. How much foreskin do you have, bud? Like, what the fuck?
I don't have a
I know.
foreskin. I'm
Oh
circumcised.
my god.
Imagine being circumcised. That's peak, fam. Like, you can't put marbles in that in your foreskin, bro.
Dude, no. Peak is definitely storing Haribos in there for later.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
You put like
disgusting.
marble. Nah,
Stop.
you put a marble in there, and then you
Stop
go for a
talking about
piss,
these disgusting topics.
and the pressure from the piss shoots the marble
Shut-
out at like at Mac force.
Stop it. Stop
I
it.
heard some
Circumcision
people
is
put
disgusting.
cocaine under
Kids
their
play marbles
foreskin to
these
get
days.
high.
Did you guys know that like 1 in 100 people who are circumcised lose their penis because of infections and stuff?
Yeah,
That's
that-
not
that's
Oh, yes,
true.
fucked up.
that was the first known transgender case.
Innit? Nah, what fucking
John Money,
yeah,
the little
that's it.
boys.
Yeah, that's bang out of order, man. Like, obviously, don't be cutting people's foreskins off because
Yeah,
you can't put marbles in there. You can't put coins in there anymore.
And you
Can't put
can lose your
stacks in
dick.
there.
Don't have a
And then
mix.
you
Put
can
my
use your
foreskin.
dong and just have a blank piece of skin down there. Yeah, that's
Fun.
fucked up.
No
G.
fun.
I did honestly put a coin up there
If
once.
you pull an extractor,
Everyone's put a coin in their foreskin.
Okay,
before.
how about you shut up and go try not to be too loud, or you might wake up mummy and daddy because you're still living at home.
What?
Money, did you ever put a coin up your foreskin?
I don't have a foreskin.
Did
Did you ever
want
put a
to?
coin up your
Did you
ass?
ever wish you did?
Did you
No,
ever put a coin up your
they're
ass?
disgusting.
Did you ever put a coin up your bumhole?
How is foreskin disgusting?
Just a
are you
penis
retarded?
without a foreskin looks more aesthetic.
No,
No,
it
it doesn't.
It's
No, it
retarded.
What are
doesn't.
you calling to my girlfriend?
Foreskin is how God made us, and it's
Exactly.
better and it's more functional. You don't get a
Mashallah.
like.
Well, I
stiff-
think
Mashallah.
Jonathan would agree with me when he says God commanded you to cut it off.
No,
No,
God commanded
nah.
the Jews to cut it off.
can I add my piece as the actual gay person here?
Yeah. Oh,
Well, you're a batty boy.
yeah. Your
Yes,
opinion
yeah.
is 10 times more valid than the straight people
yeah,
here.
because they have an enemy picture.
Cut dicks are gross. There's nothing to grab onto.
Exactly. Like, you
What do you-
can't hang
yeah.
off it like a little monkey in it.
Oh,
If you're fucking someone
Yeah.
from behind and you need a grip, you're gonna grab for their dick, and you're
Are
gonna
you-
start jackhammer. If there's no foreskin, there's nothing to work with.
Are you straight? Are you straight sucking dudes off?
I don't suck them off. I fuck them from behind.
oh, shut
Good
up,
lad.
Oni. You.
Good lad. Good lad. Nah. The thing is with gay people,
I'm
if
a
you're
power
It's the
the
top.
emasculate ones that are
if
bad.
you're the bottom, you're going to hell. If you're the top, you're a G.
I'm a power top.
Kill all straight people.
Good
You're
lad.
all degenerates.
Good lad.
Wait, Moni, that was incredibly sexist of you.
Yeah,
I
that
am-
was very straightphobic, dude. You're such a
Well,
hypocrite.
no.
You're
When you encounter someone as annoying as you become everything
no,
phobic and
aren't you-
everything racist.
I'm not even being annoying, bruv. I'm just speaking my mind.
I personally ascribe to the Greek outlook on life, in which you should look for young boys to fuck.
Nah,
That's
that's
true, but
bang out of order, man. I can't run.
Moni, hold
Yeah, it's
on.
called
Aren't you
pederasty,
straight in
and
your
it's
own
legal.
mind?
At least
Sorry.
in the Catholic Church.
Look, Moni, you to my understanding, you must be straight in your own mind. You consider yourself a woman that is attracted to men,
Yes.
so you are straight.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
wait, yeah, I am straight.
Get
That's
fucking baited, kid. Get fucking baited.
I guess I
Sorry,
should
you
have said
gender
anti-LGBT.
Okay, so
anyone
if
No, I'm
you
not
have-
anti-LGBT. I love gay people. I think gay people are cool. But then them gay people like you who just shove it down your throat, it's like, fam, just shut up, man. I don't give a shit.
yeah,
So
well,
hold on. If you kill all straight people, does that mean you will at some point join the 41%?
yeah, I shouldn't have said that. I should have said kill all cis het people.
Oh,
What's a cis het?
You're a fucking cis het, a cisgendered heterosexual person.
I ain't
she means
heterosexual.
normal. He
Oh
means
wow,
normal.
he's normal.
I'm
Oh, even.
like a 10th batty boy.
He means you're mentally sound and don't have any issues.
Snapchat.
Huh?
No.
I'm not getting bummed, fam. Nah, when I get drunk, I kiss my boys, but that's the extent of it.
Wait, you kiss your boys when you're drunk?
Oh, so you're a pedophile. He's a pedophile, everyone. He just admitted to kissing boys.
Shut
Yeah,
the
like-
fuck up, fam. You're what, 30 years old?
Hey,
And you're
idiot.
talking to a bunch of youths, and you're talking to Alina like, oh, Alina, oh, you're so sexy. Oh, let me sniff your pants and come into your room at night and pee
That's
in your
good
mouth."
though. He might turn straight. So
I never said anything like that. And you're a 90, and you're still living with mummy, are you? Oh, mummy,
I'm
cook
not.
my foodie.
I'm not.
Aren't you still living
Seriously.
I cook for myself. I make my own money.
I've got my
all
own
you-
flat.
All you guys are degenerates.
Yeah,
All
so
the
do I.
man is
How
based.
old are you? How old are you when you moved out, Mr. Ammer?
I had a stunted development, and I was abused.
Oh, I had a stunted development and I was abused. That don't mean shit. You can still bounce back from that and fucking make your bread.
Yeah, I did bounce back
At what age?
at an age where
Eight.
I'm old enough to put you in your place. Now, shut up. It's
So
way
in
past
20
your
years or
bedtime.
Nah, you're chatting so much shit because you're angry because I'm calling you out on your shit, fam. Like, not everyone subscribes to your views. Like, this is the world, man. You're 30 years old. You need to know this.
All right, that's it. Fine, you crossed the line. Nigger, 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 disappear.
Oh
Oh
my
my
days.
God.
Oh my days.
Money, are we getting a
Did he mute me? Did he mute me?
No.
No,
I'm-
you didn't.
I haven't muted you, but I've said the magic word, so scramble.
Money, are we
Nah,
getting an
nah.
apology in the morning that we're one race, the human race?
Yeah. You're gonna be like, oh, everyone, especially Oni, I'm sorry for my racist words last
Yeah, well,
night.
you never accepted my apology, and you keep doing your offensive things. Like, keep winding me up.
I'm not being offensive, mate. I'm not being offensive. I'm literally just speaking the truth.
Oh, well,
You
I'm
get me?
speaking the truth. You're nothing but a... You know what?
A what? Say it.
No, nothing.
Come on, Money.
What were you gonna say? Were you gonna say the N word?
No, degenerate. The D word.
I'm
Why-
not even a degenerate.
Degenerate doesn't mean all that much.
All you guys are degenerates
I
except
think
me.
a degenerate is the worst
Money,
thing you can
you want
be.
to call me a
It means
faggot
that
too?
you're harmful to yourself and society. Being a nigger just means being a black degenerate.
True.
Are you using the argument of there's a distinction between black people and niggers?
There's definitely a distinction between black people.
All right, well, to get rid of that distinction, I say that you're a jungle bunny. Huh? Is there any...
What?
A jungle bunny.
What does that mean?
It's basically the same as a dune coon, you know. It's just for niggers, you know. Like it means that you're a nigger.
I don't subscribe to all this 4chan speak, blood. I don't even use this shit. What time I'm just in here just to take the piss.
Well, let's
Like-
be fair. You shouldn't take anything from a shit flinging dune coon anyway.
Are you even old enough to browse 4chan?
Yeah, I am.
Poo in the loo, Moni. Poo in the loo.
Why are you all ganging up on me?
I don't know.
Because-
You're the most
because we
great.
don't
I'm pretty
like
much against everyone here. Except
Because we-
Jonathan.
because-
He's my boyfriend.
He's your boy. Oh, that's bare gay, you know.
Honestly, I just think Oni is funny, and I just think fans
Yeah.
too quiet to pick on him. So
Yeah, it's funny getting Ammo bare pissed off and that.
Yeah,
then
and you
he
keep
starts-
dead naming me as well. That's crossing a line as well.
Oh, that's crossing the line. Calling me the N word is crossing the line. I'm
Well,
I
not
only
doing
did
very
that after
annoying.
you kept dead naming me.
Well, you know what's crossing the line? Stalking little girls and peeing
I
in
don't do
cups.
that.
And peeing in your roommate's drinks.
I don't regret that.
You don't regret that.
Degenerate though.
Would you do it again?
Yeah, if you piss me off, drink my piss.
That is disgusting. Just batter him, fam. Just
okay,
batter
hold
him.
on, Oni. I want to have a real heart moment.
You want to have a what now?
A real heart-to-heart moment. I want to be real straight right now.
Yeah, go on, mate. Go on.
Do you, Moni? Do you not think what you just said is a definite indication that you have some far-reaching mental problems?
No,
Gen-
because it's natural to get revenge on people who wrong you.
No.
Yeah,
because-
you don't make them
hold on,
drink
hold
your
on, hold on.
pee. You batter
Yeah,
them.
Yeah.
kissing,
You
do you
batter
think
them.
there's
A fist to the face. Have you ever heard
no,
of it?
or just being a bit more witty or something like that? Do you really like? And I mean this genuinely. I'm talking to you as a person right now, heart to heart. Do you really not think that might be an indication of?
Dude, I did
something
this
going
like
on?
over 5 years ago. I'm
If you're
Sure.
25, that's still
Sure.
pretty.
But
It's
still,
not that you did it
do
5
you
years ago,
believe
it's that you
that?
said you do it again.
Like, hold on. Do you not believe this is a part, like an indication of some other behavior you might not yourself see as weird? That there's maybe more wrong with you than that, and that this is definitely a warning shot.
Did
Yeah.
the Imam
Sure.
piss in your mouth?
It
I
was
reckon-
years ago. I'm a completely different person now.
I reckon we need to get him sectioned.
Never mind money. Maybe someday we'll have a private conversation.
You've lot seen Peep Show. You know the episode where like they get each other sectioned. I think we need to do that on Monica Amber White.
Monica Amber. Why did you choose a stripper name?
Yeah, that is a stripper name, isn't it?
No, it isn't. Monica is a very racially neutral name. You
No,
can-
it's not.
Monica
That's a
Amber
white
White,
people
I think,
name.
is literally a stripper name.
Yeah, that is a stripper name.
I think there is a stripper in that one movie where these guys go into that vampire cock revolver.
Oh,
where
what?
one-
What's that called? Dust Till Dawn, isn't it?
That's still done. Yeah, I think
That's
there
a
is-
banging movie.
I
It's
think there's
dusk.
a stripper called Amber White.
Dusk.
Oh, well, it's quite a clever thing because amber and white are both colors, but they're also names.
Amber's not a color.
And White is not a name.
Yeah, white is
Yeah,
actually not.
Mr. White.
White is a race.
Oh, that's the last
Yo,
name. I
have you
think
guys
it's
seen
the
Breaking
last-
Bad?
Yeah.
You know Walter White has cancer.
Sorry, who? Walter White.
Yeah, Walter White has cancer, innit? That's fucking mad.
Yeah, yes.
Honestly, Ollie is probably the most
Like,
insane person.
Yeah,
I don't
that
get
is-
why people like you on Britfeel.
it's just cause they see someone who's different from the like view of people who should be on it, and they get bare pissed off.
Well,
I'm
I
just-
was patient with you and I was nice to you, but you still treated me with nothing but contempt.
Yeah, because I have a lot of I don't like you because you're a bad person.
Money, you don't understand what banter is. If you would have actually bantered properly back, he would have probably had more respect for you.
Exactly.
But there's crossing the line. You can't dead name.
There is no crossing the line in banter, and dead naming-
Seriously, calling someone a nigger is good banter, though.
Yeah, that's
Well,
great.
I only did that after he continuously
Yeah, but-
crossed the line for like
It's
minutes
good
on end, like hundreds of
Exactly.
times.
No, don't
I
try
don't-
to defend it. It's legit banter.
Show me
Exactly,
your
you should have done
bio.
it much
And I'm
more
not going to be
easily.
taught how to banter by foreigners.
Who's
Well,
a
you
foreigner?
obviously have to
Who's
because
the
we're
foreigner?
better at it than you.
There's 2 foreigners in the call, 3 including.
Everyone besides me is a foreigner in here, so fuck you.
Yeah.
Well, banter is a British thing.
Yeah,
No, it's
you're
not.
British.
Oh, it
Yeah,
is.
and there's 3 British people in this call.
I swear you grew up in what fucking Rochdale, innit? That's
Yeah,
England.
yeah.
That is dead ends though. I've been around there. It's fucking depressing around there, mate. I kind of see like why you're like this, because Rochdale is that's a bad place.
Rochdale's now like the food center of like the northwest. The Curry Mile is dead, and it's all about Rochdale now.
Nah, the Curry Mile is jokes, man. Whenever I went down Curry Mile, I had a great time. Going into shisha bars and that, fucking fun.
Right. Well, just serious things. So, does anyone have anything to say on the topic of trans rights?
No, take
Yeah,
it away.
mentally ill people should have the exact same rights as normal people, but we should take care of them like they need.
I personally
Good.
don't believe in the idea of rights for anyone.
As in, we should probably give them therapy so they will identify.
Yeah. I've got Manlo Schubert, what are you saying? I've got a topic for you lot.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, baby? How you doing?
Do great.
Do gay people deserve to have the same respect as straight people when getting married?
It
I don't think
depends.
that marriages should be dealt with by the state, and when they
Agreed.
find a religious place that would marry them, they should be able to marry there.
I
But I don't
can't.
think Christian church should marry them.
I think gay people should have to go through the mosque and get diddled by Imam Raj like Big Ahmed did.
They can definitely try. I'll fight them off.
Moni, do you still go like Friday Jummer and that?
If you're not gonna if you're gonna be disrespectful, I'm not gonna respond to you.
Bro, I'm just asking you a question. Do you still go Friday Jummer?
No, I don't,
Why not?
because I'm not a Muslim.
Mate, I love a Friday Jummer. As a Muslim myself, I fucking love a Friday Jummer.
Wait, you're a Muzzy?
Yeah, I'm Muslim, man. I'm
Oh.
a white Muslim.
Huh.
Assalamu alaikum.
You're
Is that
upset.
like-
I don't believe either part of that.
Is that like how I'm a transracial? Whenever it suits
Yeah,
me?
I'm transracial in it. Like, obviously, I was born white, but I identify as a brown boy.
Yeah, so you're a Uyghur.
Yeah, no, I'm a wacky.
Anyways, what's that new
No,
guy's opinion on gay
Uyghurs
marriage?
are white people that act black. He knows he's black, so it's different.
Exactly.
Oh, it's like in have you seen Trailer Park Boys?
Yes.
Yeah,
His name is
fucking
now
excellent.
Yeah.
and I
Don't call
want
me
to-
J Rock because I've
Yeah,
had too
yeah,
many
he
people
rocks.
call me J Rock.
Oh my god.
I've had too many people call me J. Nah, I fucking love Trailer Park Boys.
Have you ever been caught jerking off?
No, I haven't actually.
Hold on, I want to know what the new guy's opinion is about.
Wait, yeah, we got a new guy. Cool.
Yeah, he's Irish or
he's
something.
Irish.
Ah, cool.
You
Oh,
sound-
that'll be fun. That'll be
I'm
fun.
not
We need to get King Billy in his
He
thing.
sounds very West Country.
West
Can we
Country?
stop debating
Okay.
about what he sounds
Is
like
it
and
because
listen
I
to his
pronounce my
opinion on
Rs?
gay marriage?
Yeah, it's like your accent. It's like Devon.
Devon. I mean, geographically, you're not too far away.
What are you from? Like Somerset,
No, go north,
like Brizzle.
west.
Fucking I don't know, mate. What's west of Brizzle? Portishead. Oh, Cardiff. Suss it out.
Isn't Portishead a
Technically,
band?
I'm from Newport.
Oh, seen. That's not too far. Oh, Alina's pedo boyfriend is from there. Shout out to Alina. She still blocked me. Yeah.
I'm blocked on WhatsApp by her.
It's an awful city. We have a lot of heroin.
Oh, were you the one that leaked her stuff?
No.
No, I'm asking Oni.
Leaked what?
Were you the one that doxed her?
I didn't dox her. I like Alina. She's
Well,
like.
why'd she block you then?
Because I take the piss too much.
Yeah, you do take. Well, I think you take the piss as well. Doesn't that tell you something?
No.
Well, yeah, I just take the
No.
piss, and like people who can't handle the piss taking, you know,
The
like.
problem is that you and Alina have the same problem, which is you never reflect on why people take the.
Wait, so if you take the piss, why are you so fussed about Moni pissing in people's drinks?
Because that's disgusting. Taking the piss means like having a laugh.
Yeah, I know, I was kidding.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I know. You're a funny guy, man. You're a good you. You're a good you.
Thank
Do you not know when you're trying to roll a joint of hash and like your little bit of hash is too small for you to burn without burning your fingers?
I don't smoke. I'm not a degenerate.
Just
Or
look at
a-
the new guy's opinion on
Red
gay
flag.
marriage because we had that subject and he's gay and I genuinely.
Wait,
want to-
who's gay? Wait, let me slide into those DMs.
I
What?
write about
Like
him, and
50% of everyone here. is gay.
The new guy is gay.
Yes.
Nice. Hey, what's up?
So
Hey,
can
what's
I get
up,
his
baby?
opinion on gay marriage because
Don't
we're
worry,
in that
Don't worry, I can make it work.
I got another topic. Should marijuana be legal?
Yes,
Yeah,
because
sure.
people should be able to poison themselves in whichever way they like.
Yeah,
Heroin
as
should
long
also-
as they tax it, it should be legal. Yeah.
Yeah, because like there's so much money to be made from taxing it. Like you
I
do
don't care
what,
about
like an
that.
8% tax, and you're making billions of quid every year.
I don't
Billions.
care. I don't care about that. Make every drug legal if people want to kill themselves.
Yeah, have you heard about what Portugal did back in like the late 90s?
Yes.
Yeah, everyone has.
That
I
shit's
said,
amazing.
the only thing they did wrong was also incentive by like giving them the needles and stuff like that.
Yeah, they shouldn't be incentivizing it, but they should like
Legalize it.
decriminalization's a good thing.
Yeah. Like
I don't
the
see it
people
as
have the right over their own body.
Yeah, that's a good point of view, mate. That's a good point of view. Good
I
shit.
think it wasn't. I don't think they were incentivizing it, but I believe that they were
They were trying
allowing
to
allowing the
trying to
druggies
curb
to
the
be in a
spread on
safe
AIDS.
environment as they do it, because then if they even if it's criminalized, they're still going to do it. But giving them an
Yeah,
environment
exactly.
in which they can do
No,
it,
what
and
they
not
did is
die
they
because
supplied
of
people
incentive,
with
better.
what they did is they supplied people with needles and
They're still going to get access to their own needles. It
sure,
doesn't
sure.
matter.
I know, but the reason they did it is to curb the spread of AIDS.
Which
But I don't think they should have done that. I think people should be taking the risk they want to risk. You know, I don't want my
Yeah,
money.
because like
spent
the thing
speeding
with
on
drugs is like you can fucking make them death penalty, but people are still gonna keep doing them. Like
Yeah.
it's a human. I'm not saying it's a human need because like not everyone does drugs, and like good on you if you don't. But yeah, like a lot of people do drugs, like, and I don't think every drug should be legal. I
I
don't
do.
think like fucking heroin should be legal. I don't think you should be able to go down the shop and buy heroin down the corner.
I think you
shop.
should be able to buy heroin on Amazon. If that's the way you want to kill
Not
yourself and
heroin,
ruin your
it's
life, you should.
morphine or anything, just pure poppy oil.
Oh fucking hell! I just burst my lighter.
Heroin itself is such a
You
terrible
busted
drug,
your lighter.
it's dangerous to use.
Yeah, I busted my lighter.
Yeah,
As
but
long
I
as, you
think,
as long as you didn't bust your nut in your lighter, then everything's okay.
I didn't. Is
look,
it
a lot of things are dangerous, and I think people should still be able to have them and kill themselves with.
the fuck
course.
did that hash go?
Personal choice if someone wants to destroy their
Yeah.
body.
Yeah, that's why I stand Dr. Kevorkian, you know.
I was breaking a bit of hash with the bottom of my lighter and it just disappeared.
Just bang.
Nah, bro, it fully just disappeared. I don't know where it's gone.
Jonathan, you strike me as strange because you are a Christian and a conservative, but you are very laissez-faire when it comes to the usage of drugs, which is quite antithetical to what a lot of conservative Christians believe.
Well, like,
Because I
is
believe
it
it's-
Christianity to control people?
Exactly, it's in Christian, like the Christian nature is to not control people, to let them have their individual struggle with God. Like I believe that I don't believe that you should associate with people who take drugs. I think they should be socially shunned, rightfully so.
It
I believe
depends on the type of drug, innit? Because obviously there's like
no, any type of drug really, except
no, I
for
reckon like
any coffee.
smoking weed, like so many people smoke weed where
I
I'm
think you
from.
should. I'm disgusted by most people in my life who smoke weed.
Yeah, I mean there are different strokes in it, but like for me, it's like smoking weed is like that's calm, and like party drugs as well. Like I don't like party drugs, and like people who abuse them, I really don't like. But I'm not gonna be like, nah, fuck off, get out of here if you like do a
I'm
bit
not-
of MD every once in a while.
I think you should fuck off out of my life. You definitely put some weird pleasures over what's important in life. I
Like,
think you're.
I mean,
I mean, like I
the
say,
only
different
time,
strokes, innit?
Yeah,
like to be honest,
exactly.
like for me, like I only smoke weed when I'm trying to get some poos on the side, like if there's some like I don't know 420 bitch at the club and she's like, oh, do you smoke weed? And I'm like, yeah, sure, pass the joint, and I like take a couple puffs, but other than that, I mean, not
Coughs
really.
violently and has slang coming out of his throat.
Yeah, I mean, I smoke weed every night, and I know it's not good for me, but it's just a habit I've had for years. And
Like the kind of weed smoker. Not to be insulting.
what was that bit?
You do strike me as the kind of weed smoker.
Yeah,
that-
no, I get that a lot, especially like people see me because I've got long hair in it. They're like, "Oh, do you smoke?" And then like times where I haven't been smoking, I'm like, "Nah," and they're like, "What?" I swear down, you look exactly like you
So,
smoke.
do you want to know something incredibly funny?
What's that, mate?
Some guys, like when they get stressed or incredibly exhausted in a horny way, produce a hormone that smells exactly like marijuana.
Yeah, I know. I get that.
Yeah, I get that too, and I never smoked, not a
Yeah.
single bit. And sometimes my
I mean,
girlfriend.
that's good. I'm good on you, man. Like,
Sometimes
the
my
way-
girlfriend's in the car
oh,
with
sorry,
me.
mate.
She's afraid cops pass because she thinks that they'll think that we have weed in the car because of me.
What's the
Yeah.
smell? THC?
It just smells like weed. Like your armpits smell like weed.
Yeah, exactly. Same.
Yeah.
It's just the THC, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Yeah,
necessarily.
it's not THC, but it just smells like it. But like the way I think of it, like honestly, Jonathan, like fucking good on you. Like I don't. How old are you?
21.
Yeah, you're 21 and you've never smoked weed. Like that's good, bro. Like good shit. I don't think people should start doing drugs or start smoking weed or start drinking if they haven't before. Because I started smoking at a young age. It was just in my environment. Like I was 14, my pal was just like, "Do you want to hit this spliff?" And I was like, "Yeah, cool." Got a bit of a habit, and here we are today, 5 years later. But like, if you can go a long time without doing any drugs, then like big up to you. Like, yeah.
Yeah, isn't weed kind of a Reddit drug as well?
What was that, mate?
You
I
mean
know
gateway
it's
drug?
like no, but like a lot of soy boys, they're always talking about weed and
Yeah,
fucked up their own
good
stuff.
point,
Hey,
soy
Well,
boy.
I hate like stoners who never shut up about weed, and then man who are like, "Oh, you're smoking hash." Oh, that shit, fam. I only smoke like 10 higher grade weed. I fucking hate them, man. But people who are just like with me, I don't bang on about smoking weed. I'm just like, yeah, I smoke. And I mean, I know that sounds like ironic because we're having a
I
discussion
talked about it.
fucking weed,
Yeah.
but yeah, fucking I don't like that man who just are always like, oh, I smoke, look at me, I'm so cool, I smoke. It's like, yeah, it's just like part of my life, innit? Like my parents smoke, fucking all my mates smoke.
I don't know.
Fair enough. You should do cocaine though instead. It's
I've
much
yeah,
cooler.
I've done some cocaine. I don't like it.
You should do it on a
My big
regular
problem-
basis.
My
No,
big
I
problem.
don't want to become a coke fiend, bro.
My big problem with marijuana is that because it's not addictive in the like there's nothing addictive in it.
There is, mate.
and-
Nah, there
No,
is.
hold on. There's nothing addictive in it. It's the behavior that makes it addictive. It's the effect that you get addicted to. It's just like eating, you know.
Yeah, nah, but like, so I quit weed like 8 months ago, and
Yes, but you don't get real withdrawal. What you get is like you want
yeah,
to do it again.
for about 2 months, I couldn't sleep. No, not 2 months, like 2 weeks. I couldn't sleep. I was getting cold sweats.
That's because
it was horrible.
that's because
But-
your brain creates connections with the tape
Yeah.
you put in, but can't access them without the
Yeah, and I was smoking a lot of like very high strength as well. Like, hang on.
Oh man, I don't mess with that weak ass shit.
Oh, fuck off! Don't you come back now! Get lost! Go! Go!
Oh,
Why?
Moni, you're here. Okay, hi. What's up, girl? Hey.
Oh, hi. I I thought I heard shout nonce. Yeah. I was
I'm
just
here.
talking
I'm
about-
here.
show is here.
A
You can beat it! Beat it!
Question.
Why?
Because you were free
Question.
earlier, but you didn't want to come on.
What?
It's Monday tomorrow. Don't you guys have work to go to?
Nope,
I
don't
have-
have a job.
I have home lessons, so I can get up at 10 and go to lesson at 10:15. So I'll be fine.
I booked
I
time
do, but
off
I gotta wake
work.
up at like 7, so 6 hours of sleep should be enough.
No.
I have online college classes, baby. Yeah.
I'm out of work. My work got shut down.
Why won't be your job?
Hold on.
I was assistant manager at CX.
Bitch.
Yeah, as if you were. That's bullshit. I know you were.
What-
I'm just
what-
saying
Well,
you were
the thing
assistant
is that
manager to
people
wind me up.
likable and like will get promoted. It's you. You're a bit of an unlikable person.
probably
You
some
don't
kind
get
of racial
promoted
thing.
easily.
Who's
Oh,
on
what-
that?
what is-
Yeah,
Moni,
what is-
Poorly. That's why he never gets
Oh,
promoted.
Moni's gonna start saying the N-word. Wait, Moni's gonna start saying
Moni,
the
No,
N-word.
I'm not.
being an assistant manager isn't something very
Shout out
extraordinary.
for
Moni's gonna start getting
I
racist.
got paid like
It's a good
12
job.
quid an hour.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
a
it's
good
not
job.
bad.
Right.
Something
It's
that
like
no-
19-year-old or something like that, yeah.
You live in South London.
Yeah,
Is
man.
that really good for your area?
Yeah, like
He's lying. He was never an assistant manager. Why would they make him an assistant manager?
But
I
what
shut
what
your
is
mouth,
what is
man.
what is CX? What is CX?
Because
it's a
They sell
it's a
second-hand
second-hand trade and
electrics.
buy
Yeah.
store. You take in video games,
Oh, so
consoles, and
also it's like
DVDs and
GameStop.
stuff like that. Kind of like, yeah.
yeah.
There's also something
Okay.
like
So-
laptops and electronics.
Oh wait. Recruit descent. So you're gay and American. Can you do a Southern accent?
I'm not American.
Oh, you sound kind of.
He's
Can you do a
Welsh,
Southern
man.
accent? Can you do a Southern accent anyway?
Alright, listen here. I tell you what,
Oh,
here in Texas, we got them stairs, we got them queers. I tell you what, I'm both.
oh, that is. Oh
Um,
yeah, I'm gonna quit while I'm ahead because I don't want to make the fucking podcast look bad. But dang, yeah, slide in my DMs afterwards.
I just want to tell you guys I'm going to leave for the night. If I'm,
Right. It was good
No, I'm
chatting to you,
joking.
mate.
It-
Yeah,
Chatting
yeah.
to
Thank
you.
you. It was good to chat to you too, honestly. And
Yeah, take care,
you-
man. Take care.
He wasn't talking to
Thank
you.
yeah, we were
Yeah.
talking to each other sometimes.
Yeah, take care, Jonathan. Good night and God bless.
Yeah, it was nice
Yeah,
talking to you.
thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your night. Bye.
If I just might say one last thing before I leave, Moni, you'll really need some help.
Yeah,
I thought you were going to say inspirational, special or something.
I don't know. You genuinely have some problems, and they go far beyond your gender dysphoria.
Well, that sounds like a Mr. Good podcast.
Oh my.
It's just that you're German and you don't understand.
No, it's not.
Nah,
it's
Jonathan is
genuinely-
my
No, trust me. I understand gender dysphoria because I've spent quite a lot of time with trans people. But you're just kind of fucked in every sense of the word.
No, look, I have.
How did we
compassion.
reach this conclusion?
And genuinely,
Oh,
I think
bro,
you
it
have
was a
brother
whole- it was a
beneath
whole
God, but
thing,
you need
man.
some help, man.
Hole?
Well, I've made
Anyway.
leaps
Yeah.
and strides in the last few years. If you'd known me
Girl,
a few years
girl,
ago.
girl, you need to have somebody to talk to, like genuinely. Like you're a very sad person, you know.
I've
Anyways,
made
I'm gonna
massive
see-
improvements in the last 5 years.
Well,
You
then I
offered me
will.
money to hang out with you.
Anyways, gonna see you guys.
Bye.
Okay, see you. God
Right,
bless.
see you,
Good
mate.
night.
Take
Take
care.
care.
Hi, Jonathan.
John is cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
He's
good
nice.
lad. Good
You know,
lad.
I don't agree with his politics, but you know, he's still a cool guy.
Or his opinion on me.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
Oni's
I'm
cool
out
too.
as
Yeah.
well. Yeah, I'm out as well. I'm gonna go smoke
Okay.
this and then go to sleep.
Oh, that's a
Got bits
bummer.
to
You
do
know.
tomorrow.
Okay. Take
Yeah,
care,
man.
Moni.
Well,
Yeah,
in a bit,
Oni.
fellas. Yeah, my
Okay,
bad.
you know, have fun at the CX place. You know, you do great.
I mean, yeah, I got it's shut down and it's coronavirus. But
yeah, he's unemployed.
Ah,
He's a neat.
fuck.
He's living with mummy. Yeah, go on.
Shut up, man. You're so jealous of me.
Yeah, go smoke a spliff in your mummy's shed.
You're so jealous of me, man.
Not allowed to do it in
Yeah.
the house.
Nah, you're so jealous of me, Money. Like, you're chatting all this shit because you see me young, rich, and handsome, and you're old, fucking poor, and ugly.
Yeah, Moni, when am I getting those
Oh, he's
nudes?
a bust up old bitch.
Alright, in a bit, fellas.
See you later.
Yeah, take care. I've been trying to finesse Moni out of those nudes for fucking like a month now. It's like,
I've been busy. I've only just got time off work. I've got 20 days off.
yeah, nudes. A good nude takes about 5 minutes maximum. So I mean, come on, bitch. Like, come.
you need some preparation, get in the mood and whatnot.
I was
Get
tired,
in
sleepy,
What
so
do we
it
get
won't
in
be
the mood?
today.
Do you know how fucking easy it is to, like, send an ass pic? You know? Just,
Well,
What about-
your
damn.
dick pic was very lazy.
What do you mean?
This
Yeah.
is-
And I was very unimpressed with it as well, so it had a negative effect.
Oh, fuck you, bitch. Harder than, bigger
Moni.
than what you've taken.
That's just because you talked about it earlier. You said you don't like uncut dicks. You don't like, yeah.
So that's why I was a bit put off, I think.
Yeah, but you live in like
If the heads were
Britain.
built
Everyone's
up,
uncut
probably
here
have more,
generally, unless like
Yeah.
you're Muslim or
Well,
Jew.
Schubert's Jewish. Shouldn't you be getting a circumcision
yeah,
sometime
okay.
soon?
Yeah, okay, fine. I'm the one fucking Jew on the planet that's not circumcised. Woohoo,
Are you
yeah.
gonna get circumcised?
Planning.
What is it?
Yeah. This guy knows it. Yeah,
I like having
he
that.
knows what's up.
I like that.
Yeah,
song.
yeah. Pretty based.
Let us rejoice.
Yes.
I just got to reply to a message.
So I've been sliding into the DMs of this guy on Instagram lately.
Why are you
Oh.
hitting on people on Instagram? That's not appropriate. That's creepy.
Why?
Because he was a girl from my college. She introduced me to him, and so yeah. So she's trying to get us hook us together.
80% of the people you'll find on that app are narcissists, so they're easy pickings. Just appeal to them.
Another thing is he's really smart. He's like a huge fan of classical music. He's like really he like plays 5 different types of flutes, and so and the cool thing, best thing he's the best thing he's a femboy. He's not trans. He's actual honest. Like he's an honest to god femboy.
Ugh, gross.
Yeah, so he's a guy, in other words. He's a man.
Traps are gross.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Like if you are gay, you have to get off to the idea of a man, not a man pretending to be a girl.
Of course I get up to a man, but I'm bisexual, so it's like, you know, it's like the you know, the Venn diagram, that middle point, you know.
Just a bit of
Like
a
what-
fence sitter.
Yeah, exactly, you know. But you know, trust me, I have gone with some, you know, really, you know, like really muscle himbos, you know, muscle himbo with a tan, you know, fat ass mask guys, you know. I'm all for that. Like, just because I'm a top doesn't mean I don't like, you know, masked dudes.
How are you a top as well? Because you're quite small.
Yeah, so I got a big dick.
How small are you?
He's
I'm
5'8".
yeah, 173 centimeters.
Ah, right on my strike zone.
Nice.
I'm 193.
Am I near with 3
Ooh.
homosexuals?
Yeah, so you're the one out.
Man.
Cishet scum.
No, that's cringe.
I'm not the type of homosexual that speaks in the effeminate voice like Alan Carr, though.
You're one of the good ones.
Alan Carr, chatty man, Friday nights at 6.
I love
Yeah,
Alan
let's go to
Carr.
the white. let's go to the white party, guys. Oh my god.
We're talking like Californians now.
Yeah, let's go watch RuPaul's Drag Race.
Californians always end their sentences with like inflections at the end, like
With
a
like oh my god, like I cannot even.
Valley
Like,
girl.
bitch, let's go get some fucking martinis. Or no, mimosa.
Western America just needs to be nuked.
Whenever I try to do a Californian voice, I always sound like a fucking Australian girl, like a belly girl, like yo, let's go watch your fucking sky news, yo.
Fuck you, babies, drink your lots of
Triple
fucking
J, yo. Get a good bottle of goon, yo. Time Impala, yo.
fucking 100 beers.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
500 beers, yo. 2 E's
Fucking
dry.
beers and VBs down in them down.
Bye,
like
bye,
fucking
bye,
dragons.
bye.
If you don't drink one at VB, you ain't a fucking true blue
Like a
dinkum
fucking-
Aussie.
Exactly.
Oh, this guy knows VB. Yeah, he knows what he's talking about. Yeah,
Base.
friendly
Fucking
Johnny's
VB, long
represent,
neck.
yeah.
Fucking long
Triple
neck,
X,
VB.
triple X.
So why are
What, you-
gay people so good at creating culture?
What? We're not any better than straight people. Like,
Yeah, it's no distinction really.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
Black people and gay people create culture.
That's because they build a culture around their identity, which you should never do.
yeah.
Yeah,
Don't build, don't
like-
build it around like what you are.
Like the only time it's ever worked is with RuPaul's Drag Race because they have like 1 or 2 really great fucking femboys on there. Like 1% of them are like fab-worthy femboys, but the rest of them are kind of like ugly. So yeah. Like I will be honest, I do watch RuPaul's Drag Race, but only for like the 5% of femboys on that fucking show.
Drag queens have so many weird terms though, such as "stole my wig." I never really understood that one.
Yeah,
That's
it's kind of
steal someone's wig.
I don't know, man. I as I said, I don't keep on
Mhm.
with the thing. I just watch it for the fucking fapping, like pheromone. Like damn, she could like bounce on my dick anytime, man.
Oh my god, Pheromone is a literal no one.
Yeah, she is. She's fucking hot.
So can you help straighten this up a bit, please?
But that was a
No.
good one.
This is like LGBTQ edition of the podcast.
They don't say Q. It makes the rest of us look bad. Like,
LGBTQPEDO plus.
no. Please.
Fine,
It makes the rest-
LGBT plus then.
Did you have
No,
F in
no,
there
not
for
plus. It's just
furries?
It's LGBT, and that's it.
Nah,
Nothing more.
it should,
Wait,
it
wait.
should be the one catch-all banner for all like mental degenerates of sexual.
No,
let's
no,
be
no,
let's
no.
be real here. Trans should not be under the same banner as
Yeah,
homosexuals.
definitely should be.
I think like Moni is a bad example, but there's enough trans people that are pretty normal and sane. But I mean, Moni's a bad example, but I mean,
I'm not saying that
Yeah.
these people are insane. I mean, I do think they are, but like, I don't think there's anything wrong with being insane. But what I'm saying is
Yeah.
like, the whole narrative of being a homosexual, right, totally like goes against the like idea of I was born this way, right? Like, well, actually, I'm thinking about non-binary stuff to be honest with you, but not trans stuff.
yeah,
but-
non-binary is retarded. Like
Mm.
genuinely, like non-binary makes the rest of us look bad. Like, because the funny thing is about non-binary people, it's always that fucking one trendy white bitch who does that kind of shit. He's always like that. I'm so different, yo. I don't follow your gender confirmation, yo.
Even
always
the
that
trans people kick down on non-binaries.
Yeah, non-binaries could fuck off.
But then gays look down on trans as well, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Some, but yeah, I
there's,
mean,
a,
I
there's
personally.
a hierarchy
common.
of.
I have.
I mean, I
hierarchy
looked
of
down on
shit
Moni,
as
but
well.
not because she's trans. I looked down on Moni because
look
she's
down on
incredibly
trans.
racist.
But I do look down on gay people.
Are you gay?
I said the N-word once, and now I'm incredibly
Yeah.
racist.
You said it 7 times.
I look down
Yeah,
on
but
gay
in like one
because I'm on
instance.
top.
Yeah, but you said it 7 times, unironically. I
I
have
did
not
say
said.
ironically.
You know,
You
I
didn't
said.
call-
You know how. Yeah, I said the N-word once in my entire life in the privacy of my own room when nobody's around because
I say
What,
it every
in
single
real?
day of my life to everybody.
Say it now.
That's my favorite word on earth.
I just say it out loud for no reason. Do you know what I mean? Like, just shout it to
Just say
myself.
See that I'm a victim of this white culture in Britain.
no,
Pretty
you're
sure
a
I
victim
called
of your own
Zoom a fucking
retardation.
nigger as soon as I met him. I went sup my nigger and then tried doing like some handshake with him. But, like, it didn't
Like,
land very
Okay,
well.
okay, so it's like the Master Shake from the Aqua Teen Hunger Force where you try to be black for a day.
I don't
You
watch
bit-
that shit, man.
got-
Well, I
Oh,
just
man,
look
I'd
at
love to be black, I think. Like,
you
well,
got
you
like
know,
bit by a radioactive black
great.
guy. Yeah.
But Polly, don't make any excuse for your racism based on the society. Your racism's all based on your fucking ridiculous mentality. It's nothing to do with
Mental gymnastics. Yeah.
it's nothing to do with the UK culture that you didn't grow up in because you grew up in a fucking Pakistani enclave. You can't. Do you know what I mean? Like you weren't socializing with fucking white people. You're socializing with fucking imams and like Pakistani kids. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Tell him I'm not racist.
what?
Tell Schubert I'm not racist.
You are racist, mate.
You're really racist.
Yes, you are.
You were a white nationalist at one point.
But I'm friendly with you guys and you're white.
That doesn't mean you're not a racist.
I'm white. Am I?
I mean, would you call me
Sound
racist?
Yes.
Oh, come on, black friend.
I was
Yeah.
under the assumption I'm Celtic, and Celts aren't white.
Are you
Celts
Welsh or
pretty-
something?
Celts are pretty white. Yeah, I mean, the only people who don't think Celts are white is like ancient Romans. So
Celts aren't white. We're island niggers.
Potato.
Yeah, you're not
See,
really white.
you just said
white.
the N word.
thing is-
He's a racist. He's
But
a
Romans,
racist. Kill
Romans
him.
weren't white, were they?
yeah,
Romans
but
weren't
he
white. Let's be
made it as a
real here.
joke.
Think about this.
Some Romans
Scots,
were. The
the Irish,
Sicilians
and the
were.
Welsh
Those
are
dirty
subhumans
Sicilian
of Europe.
cunts.
In the modern sense of the word, you know.
We are. We are Cro-Magnons. We're not. We're not.
We are chromosome magnons.
Yes. We are the
Wait,
missing link between humanity and the apes.
Wait, chromosome magnum pi.
Think
Can we
about
just
the
can we talk seriously here? There's what you're saying is absolute bullshit.
No. The,
Yes.
the Scottish, the Welsh, and the
No, this is not true. This is absolute bullshit, man.
The Scottish
We're
aren't
like-
even the same as the British. They're the Pictish or whatever. They're like some different fucking.
It's
We're all
true.
Homo sapiens. We're not fucking.
Not really. We all came from the
You may
steppes
be
or whatever. The
Cro-
Caucasians. or whatever.
Cro-Magnons are like fucking
That's
entirely
fine.
different. Like
It's okay if you're Homo sapien, but us on the British Isles, we're not. We're different.
yeah.
No, we aren't.
They're special snowflakes. Yeah.
Compare the skull of a Welsh person to the skull of an indigenous Australian, and you'll find the exact same skulls. They're subhuman. It's not the same.
I find
The
I get
thing is,
along better with...
Cro-Magnons weren't even. Cro-Magnons were European. They weren't in fucking Australasia. So your argument just fall apart. Like
Listen, we're talking humanity pre. What was it, Pangea? So this is when we were all walking around like monkeys.
there's
Napoleon Bonaparte.
there's no humanity pre-Pangea.
Exactly. We were the monkeys, and then you guys evolved, and we didn't.
Yeah, we all
It's that easy.
look like
It's legitimately that easy. You guys evolved, we didn't, because we went to our own island and fucked off.
Okay, so like anatomically, modern humans evolved like was it like 150,000 years ago, 120,000 years ago?
Probably about that.
Okay, can I ask you guys a random question? Just non sequitur. I just saw a ad for a Where's the meat? UK's first vegan butcher launches. Can I ask you guys, from a normal person to you limeys,
It's
what
Greg's.
the actual fuck is going on?
They chop up mushrooms and they chop up
They'll just be like fucking
broccoli.
It'll just be like their versions of Impossible Burgers or Impossible Sausages or
like-
Impossible Whopper.
fucking flavored tofu and shit bacon style.
Like-
I don't know.
The thing is, tofu actually, deep fried tofu actually tastes pretty fine, but like, don't act like it's meat. Like, I posted the link in the thing.
The Japanese love tofu, and they're all effeminate, so I guess they have.
Yeah, it's a soy in it.
Yeah. But the Japanese didn't use like they used to be Chads, but then the Americans bombed them twice, and now they're like femboys.
Now they're
and shit.
twinks. Yeah.
Yeah. Like not
I
even
think
good
they were
twinks though.
they were pretty twinky back then. You've seen the Emperor Hirohito was about 5 foot tall.
Well, yeah, but he wasn't Twinkie. He was just a manlet.
I'd
He
love
was
to
a god back then. Chill out.
Yeah, he was good. How dare you say that?
All kami-san, eh?
tear him over a Jap as he looks up at me in awe. That would be awesome.
Like, we need some more, what was it, Yukio Mishima, guys, Japanese guys, gay nationalists, Yeah, just like taking the dig, but, also, being pride of country,
Most
what am I even talking about?
nationalists are homosexual, though, aren't they?
What about that one kid who assassinated the?
I feel like you just say an extra race trait a bit. Sure.
Yeah,
was that?
yeah, I know what you mean, like the guy who stabbed, like, the communist guy.
Yeah, what was his name?
I don't remember, but he was a fucking savior of his nation.
Yeah, and then he
yeah.
killed himself 2 weeks later in a cell after leaving a
Oh,
really.
Che Guevara.
No!
What?
Don't even make that
He got killed in a cell by the guard, I
He
think.
didn't kill himself.
He tricked the guard into killing him, though. So it
Did
was,
he?
yes.
I thought he was like lived to
Inejiro
old age.
Asanuma.
Ataya Yamaguchi.
It sounds like that's Yamaguchi's the fucking name of the gang in GTA 2, isn't it?
I don't know. But his name was Ataya Yamaguchi.
You mean the politician?
No, that was the.
Oh no, yeah. The politician was Inejiro Asanuma. The kid was Atoya Yamaguchi.
Yes.
Wait, is Yamaguchi is definitely name of something Yakuza based? I swear.
It's a Japanese name. More than one person is going to have it.
Shigumi? They are a Yakuza organization.
They are, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah. Still active, too.
So, what do
Allies, Inagawa Kai. Rivals, Koba Yamaguchi-gumi. Kobe.
Hongoga Hanasamaska.
Kobayashi's Dragon Maid.
Oh, shut up.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Fucking weeaboo.
どうぞよろしくお願いします。
Andrew can confirm, Yamaguchi is a very common surname. Tall.
Fei Yamaguchi Fei.
Yamaguchi Fei.
Oh, that's Chinese. Oh god, I can't even remember any Japanese.
I only know A1 Japanese from my college course, like tourist level.
Can you say you've got a big dick in Japanese?
あなたのおちんちんはとっても what's big again? So I need to Google what big means.
Like Oki.
Okay. Yeah.
No,
Okay.
Shita means small and ue means large, right?
I'm not answering anything.
I forgot. I get Chinese and Japanese confused now. It's so difficult. Like, watashi no jinko wa oki
watashi
desu.
no-
Yeah, watashi no jinko wa oki desu.
私 it says ocean centered. What is Oki? Oki, open sea.
Isn't it? I feel like it is.
Open Sesame. If you want
No,
the word
it's
large, it's just O.
So what does
Watashi
jinko?
no jinko wa chibi desu. Watashi no chibi.
no,
jinko.
on, above, up, top. 私のおちん
What the
ちん
fuck is
は
even going on? People just talking fucking Japanese.
Yeah, this is
Watashi-
too
what-
complicated for your tiny little mind. Keep going.
私
on.
私のおち
Speak
んちん
English.
ねおちんちんはの私
No, no, Shepard.
おちんちんの僕は
For you, it's
と
Boku.
てもいや上とても上ですですよ
Watashi no egirisujin jinko wa oki desu.
What was that fucking filthy Frank mean? おちんちんを大好きなんだよ
Don't know. I don't remember. Who cares about Japanese? Chinese is a superior language.
No, you filthy fucking piece of
Superior
shit.
language.
Japanese is superior.
Japanese
Do I-
culture is totally fucking sucking
Do
off
I-
Chinese culture, pretending it's not though, isn't it? Like,
Do I have to
Nah.
resurrect Shiroishi from the dead to clap your cheeks?
Listen,
I mean,
it's all-
they
it's all
can
that
they
great
can deny it
Chinese
as much as
anime.
they want. Like, they can deny it as much as they
will be
want.
garbage until they get rid of the kanji system, and it always will be.
Yeah, they should just. Why don't they just use like here we go? Like, why do they even have katakana? Do you know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
For convenience sake, the reason they do that is because the Japanese do not have any spaces. So for convenience sake, they use multiple alphabets to make sure you understand where the word ends and where it doesn't.
Hiragana is for Japanese words.
Yeah, I understand why they have it, but they don't need that. Do you know what I mean? Like,
No, they
they're
don't.
just like they're just racist. Like, they just hate like
To a single
ultra nationalists. Like,
Koreans already did it.
what made their own language?
Yeah, they made Hangul. They used to use.
Yeah, they used to use Chinese. I know. Yeah.
They made Hangul, and it is still to this day one of the best written languages because it's very, very logical.
Bullshit. English is.
No, English, the Latin script is good, but it's not as good as the Korean script. Korean script is incredibly intuitive and logical.
Why is it impossible to read Anderson?
What was that? Sorry.
Andrew's saying it's impossible to read without kanji. Why though? What? Because you don't understand where the words end
Because
and
you-
start.
Yeah, exactly.
There's so many homophones in Japanese that you could write the word washi, and that could mean something like eagle or eye. That's the problem. You need kanji to differentiate.
Well, it's not our fault they ever fucked up
Exactly.
language based on Chinese text, is it? Like,
Problem. Their language is already so fucked that they need.
What can I say? You have to have a very high IQ to understand Rick and Morty / the Japanese language.
I know about 800 kanji. I don't like knowing that, but I do, and it is the dumbest language in the world.
I think we should all learn Chinese from age 1.
Yeah, I think we should because the Chinese are trash. So let's not say we did.
Well,
I give up on Japan. Japanese are fucking
there is
waste. They're basically Southeast Asians to me.
Learning Chinese is incredibly difficult language, but growing up with it, there is a benefit to being bilingual. It definitely, specifically for the developmental period of your life.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think like, if I was gonna have kids, I'd want them to be bilingual kids with an East Asian woman. You know, they need to learn a pictographic language, otherwise they're gonna be retards. Like
what Papa babies.
Yeah, of course.
The future are people that are 1/3 white, 1/3 black, and 1/3 Asian. That's the future.
That's not really possible, though, is it?
Well, okay, so the white genes will be what evens it all out. The black genes will be for physical superiority, and the Asian genes will be.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, by the very nature of reproductive system, you won't be able to get to a third because it's going to be a fraction. It's going to be like even fractions, right? Like, how can you?
What the position will be if everybody has the same percentage? Then no matter how much you breed other people, you keep that percentage.
No, but this is what I'm saying now. This is literally impossible. You can't have a third of each.
Yes, you can. You're just thinking of it the wrong way. So you get a half and a half, and then then you get quarters, and then you get more of something. Then it goes up.
But it's never going to become a third, is it? Like,
yeah, it'd be difficult to become a third, but once you have an isolated group of about 1,000 people that each are a third of these individually, and then put them together into the community, and then have them breeding.
I see. So you have a whole community based of 3,000 people of 1,000 of each. Like,
I suppose eventually it will homogenize itself, and everybody will be of the same.
I mean, the limit of it will approach 1/3 base if they all breed like equally, right? But that won't always be the case. But I understand what you're saying. I get your point. Like,
eventually, given time, hundreds to about 500 years, everybody will be of the same. Everybody will essentially be homogenous. They will be of the same genetic makeup. It's already happened in Bolivia, in South America. No, was it Bolivia? I think
they're just going to look black, though, aren't they? Like,
it's one of the South American countries. It's near Uruguay, and it was the one that declared.
Were you like you're a gay, huh?
Do you know about that? The war in South America, where one of the countries they had a fascist dictator, and they declared war on 3 of their neighboring countries simultaneously. And of course,
sounds like all of them to me.
Paraguay.
Paraguay, yes, and Paraguay lost 90% of its male population in those wars, but the Paraguayan population is entirely homogeneous. The entirety of the entire population is a mixture of white and natives.
That's not
homogeneous.
It is completely homogeneous there.
Yeah, but surely they have a distinction between pale-skinned and dark-skinned people still, right? Like,
I wouldn't imagine so. They are completely. I would say they are completely homogeneous. It's not like Argentina where there is still a massive population of white.
I mean, would we say that Indians are homogeneous?
Because of all the different ethno groups?
Well, they're all fucking Indians, aren't they? Like, do you know what I mean? Like,
they stink the same to me.
Down in the south, you have the more I forgot what they're
black
called.
ones.
I wouldn't say Indians themselves are homogenous. They may have similar skin tones because of their country.
To be fair, India though is a massive place. It's not fair to say that. Well, like, yeah, I understand.
China. Like in the north of China, you have the more Mongolian people, but towards the middle and the south, you have like the what are they called? Like the Yayoi people.
Yayoi and Jomon, right?
Jomon.
Oh, that's Japan.
Jomon were the
Jomon are the Chads. Yayoi are the Koreans, right?
Jomon were the indigenous.
Jomon were the. Is the Jomon before the Nihonjin come, right? Like, and they killed them all?
No, Jomon are the Nihonjin.
Yeah. No, they're not. The Jomon.
Jomon were the original inhabitants of Japan. The Yayoi people were from parts of China and Korea who moved to Japan. They are now the dominant people there, which is sad because Yayoi are fucking ugly.
Yeah. Jomonjin are not the native. Are the native, but they're not what you think of as Japanese people now, right? Like, it's like the Ainu. So the Ainu aren't like. Yes. They're like native Japanese, but they're not actually what you think of as Japanese, right? Ainu-jin, Jomonjin, like
Hokkaidos. They lived on the island of Hokkaido in the north. The Jomon lived on the islands of Japan.
Honshu.
And the Yayoi came from Korea, which is very close.
But it's so funny how they historically, like the Japanese culture as we know it, like anti supremacist, but they actually come from Korea. It's quite
Yeah, a lot of
little.
Japan is just based off of China and Korean culture.
I think actually because like historic like imperial China like basically ruled all of that place, right? And they were like vassal states to China, and I think
Yes.
the period when it was like at its most like prosperous that they like base it on is the Tang dynasty, and like the Japanese like tea ceremony comes from the Tang dynasty where tea was a lot more like like a big of a thing, like but they like obviously all cultures were like this is ours, but then it all comes from somewhere. Culture is like fucking fluid. It's quite cool.
Yeah.
This is
Those
what
are also the
the whole
basis of the song "Ting Tang Walla Walla Bing Bang."
no, but the whole concept of like cultural appropriation is absolute bullshit. Do you know what I mean? Like this is like.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I think it's a great point in human history when you're willing to like understand, look over your borders and like understand other cultures.
I think it's good to
And
respect other cultures. There's no such thing as cultural appropriation, but there is respect for other cultures.
like of course there's like of course a couple of people that are like making the slant eye when like Chinese people, but like that's like nobody actually does that. Like
Yeah,
that's
they
not what.
do.
Yeah, like some
In
some
school, loads of
jackass.
people used to do that.
Yeah, like some of
I
course like
worked with
some
one black kid
retards.
and one Chinese kid. I used to call him Rush Hour every time I saw him.
My dad's Japanese. My mum's Chinese.
Yeah, but I mean, like most people who like want to like learn about like Japanese or Chinese or Korean culture, they don't mean it like a bad way. They actually like genuinely, and you have like these like retards that, like this helps you about beach. Fuck off! Like when was the last time you learned about a different culture? You're just jealous that were born in a monocultural household with two boring ass parents.
Who two parents?
I know everyone wants
I
to be
mean,
like
but
Elliot
like
Rogers with his multi-ethnic background and all his privilege.
I'm not even talking about multi-ethnic background, but like growing up in a like at a household where they encourage you to be, learn about different cultures, learn about different things.
I mean, there's a difference, but I think there's also like, Polish
I think
didn't
that
exactly integrate well into the British culture.
well, yeah, that's kind of obvious, but Moni is like a genuine basket case, and like
I don't think that Polish experience is that out of whack for a lot of like second
No,
gen
I
like
do.
immigrants.
I do.
Maybe not to the same extent, but like the isolationism, like the sense of who you are. Like Polish gone through like white nationalism, Pakistani nationalism. Is like kind of
Okay,
leveled
yeah.
out a little bit now.
I
but,
agree.
like,
There probably is like a sense of like, who am I? But like, yeah. Am I Pakistani? Am I British? I don't know. Like,
yeah.
There's no reason why you can't be both.
I don't think that. I think that you can be, but I think that like for an immigrant who's like always maybe being told that they're different from the people who already live here, or maybe
yeah. But the thing is,
as different because of the color of the skin or whatever.
they grow
It's
up in
gonna
an
be
area
like,
where it's all of them. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's
well,
not
not
like
necessarily.
no,
Like,
not always. But in this particular example, and there's a lot of these places where they do just have predominantly
there's
Pakistani
like
heritage people,
parallel
so,
cultures. Yeah.
and they do grow up in their own little world. Like he says,
I
where he
think that's
lives,
probably easier to be
they're all
honest than
Pakistani.
like growing
Yeah,
up
yeah.
like
But that
just amongst whites.
it must be
Maybe.
100%. It must be easier, but like it's not. It's not beneficial to a multicultural society. Actually,
No, I wouldn't say it is neither.
because you create these little like this is our area, like this is not
Integration's
culture.
always the idea in it for like a multicultural society.
Yeah, I fully think those black kids that come to the white kids' school are the best black kids. So like
Oh yeah, that reminds me. How's the U.S. election going right now? Like, because I've got a bet writing on that Trump will probably win. Because
What odds did you get?
I don't know, but I just I bet my buddy that like 3 bottles of beer that Trump will win. So
It's
Sounds
not even
like-
up for debate, really. He will win.
I don't
Yeah.
know when the
I think
polls
Sleepy
lean
Joe's
towards
gonna win.
Biden.
yeah, I think Jeb Bush is just gonna come back and just like declare supreme dictatorship of the United States. That's what I want. I want
Jeb, the upstart victory.
His Royal Highness Jeb Bush. That's what I want.
Honestly, couldn't give a shit about the American political fucking debate.
I think
like,
I think it's a meme because like
Joe
the Americans
Biden
are
is
like
the favorite of the bookies by a long stretch, actually.
It's just like Americans are like cattle. They just vote for whoever guy is the funniest. So
Yeah. It's not going to change anything. It's like, oh, we vote for Obama, we vote for Bush. Oh, well, there's still wars in the Middle East. We still got the exact same fucking, like
yeah,
fucking. Do you know what is the real change? Like it's
it-
fucking
the
nothing. You know what I
the
mean?
change is the slogan that's going to be on for the next 4 years.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
literally, yeah.
Trump
According
hasn't
to
changed anything because he's been too busy trying to repeal things. But Obama changed so many things for the worse. Just how he instated Obamacare, which effectively fucked over millions of people in the U.S. How he drone striked many civilians in the Middle East.
Yeah, but they're black, so you know.
Middle Easterners aren't black; they're
I mean, they are really, aren't they?
they're Levantine, really.
I mean, anyone south of Paris is pretty much black, to be honest.
everyone in Paris is black, aren't they?
The moment you go south of Paris, even in France, you just see black people.
Yeah, true.
I mean, but
Anywhere south of Calais, then.
Obama has one really cool thing about it. You know what it is?
As soon as you reach Calais, you just see a fucking
No,
sea of black people.
Obama brand drones are one
Wait a
fucking
second.
awesome thing.
The fucking Sardinia and Corsica is south of France. Are they black?
What?
Sure.
The Sardinian and Corsica Islands, the one west of Italy. The how would you know them as? Well, it's just Sardinia and Corsica. They're
Sardinia.
Sardinians are,
They're
are
like-
definitely
they're-
black, mate. Yeah.
they're like discount discount Sicilians, I suppose.
Look, Italians are black, right? Let's be real.
The funny thing is, I asked, like, I have an American guy.
Don't call an
so I
Italian
asked-
white.
So I asked this American guy from my college, like, is it true that Americans think Italians are black? And he's like, what the fuck? He's like, why? He just like was like so confused.
I think you've been on the internet too much.
Yeah, it's like I heard that in America Italians are not white, and he's like, what?
I mean, if you got brown hair, brown eyes, you're pretty much black.
Awesome. Then I can.
I mean, they've got
that means
brown
I can
skin
start-
as well.
Does that mean okay? I have brown hair. I've got brown eyes, so that means I can start, playing basketball and be like super cool.
Well, you're also a Jew, so you know you're basically
Yeah.
black.
Yeah, I'm Sammy
Maybe
Davis Jr.
baseball.
Yeah. I could be Sammy Davis Jr. Yeah.
Celts black, Norwegians black.
The Anglos are the only whites, to be honest with you. You know.
Because they've been inbred for so long, they've had nothing else to pick from.
Though you're thinking of the Spanish.
No, the Spanish are Moors and Umayyads.
What about those Celtic Spanish on the what's the island that's near Spain? Or is it near
Oh.
France?
Ciel-
Might be of France actually.
No,
There's a bunch of islands around Spain. They were busy around there.
Yeah, I swear there's Celtic people there, right? I don't know.
where are the
Something
Maldives?
like that. Sealica or something like Sealica. I don't know.
Wait, the Maldives are near India. What am I thinking of?
I don't know.
I'm-
You tell me.
What are those small islands that like Mallorca and Majorca? What are they called?
Balearic
yeah.
Island. Okay.
Yeah, Canaries.
The Canaries. That's
I was
it.
just
Yeah.
there on holiday.
Madagascar.
Canary Islands is right off Africa, though, isn't it? Like that's proper,
Yeah.
like.
Don't
no,
look
it-
very
it is
African
North
though, to be
America.
fair. It does look Spanish.
But it is still Spanish, yeah, like ethnically.
Yeah.
That's because it's
I mean,
a
because
colony.
blacks weren't smart enough to make boats and sail out there.
Hi guys, just letting you know. So it's getting close to midnight.
Thanks, Tim the Talking Clock.
You could have gone with something like Tammy or.
Yeah, but that's what the
uh,
system's called. You ring 123 on like a landline, it tells you the time.
There's no static, just him.
A tenner on Donald Trump's gonna get me 26.25. I think that seems a good deal.
It's better odds on Betfair. You get £28.
Oh, don't do it.
EA.
Paul seemed quite convinced that he's going to win, and Jonathan earlier was very convinced as well.
Yeah, but
Who's
I
that, Uncle
don't trust,
Joe or
don't trust anything Jonathan says. Like,
You should bet with Bitcoin instead.
That
yeah,
would-
buy the Bitcoin from me.
I don't think my Bitcoin betted would be like backed up by the fucking gambling
FCC.
authority. You know, like.
Checking they're not registered in the Maldives like everyone else. To be fair, your bets aren't backed up. When I was doing the match betting thing, one of the sites closed down once. I'd put some money on them, and they're like, "Yeah, well, we're in liquidation, so you can't have your money back." Okay.
Yeah, that's
Can
sort
I
of different.
appeal it? No. But they're all like that. They're all in Maldives. It's the little thing that they do.
So,
White, huh?
so Shout, you want to meet up tomorrow?
No, I'm busy.
What are you doing?
Jacking off.
So literally anything else.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Probably come to London tomorrow, and I'll meet you like 7 p.m. after work.
Yeah, 7 p.m. after work. Really, that's a very convenient time.
Well, you know, you've got nothing else going on, have you? You fucking loser.
It's a long trip down, but it's quite quick. It wouldn't take as long to get
Well,
to
that
Sheffield.
long. It only took me like 2 hours to get there.
Oh, you don't want to hang out with me for 3 hours, is what you're saying? I'm not. It's fine if you think you can do better than that. Have fun sitting in your cold flat, you cunt.
I'd rather make a day of it, and I'd rather not
but,
spend
it weren't
that much
offered to
time
me.
traveling.
Well, that's fine. Don't do it then.
You tell Shout to spend time with me.
He doesn't
What?
want to,
I
clearly.
don't want to.
Because
You're
I'm
so
not white,
desperate.
because you spent time with all the whites.
Because you don't have a uterus.
No, but you spent time with all the white males.
You don't, yeah. Well, they are white. Yeah.
They
Those are
are.
not homosexual. And they wouldn't be flirting with me and trying to make me feel fucking uncomfortable and talking about wearing dresses and fucking always asking me weird shit.
What about
makes me
Zuma? He
extremely
cross-dresses.
uncomfortable. He doesn't fucking cross-dress when he's around me.
So you're just a racist and a
No,
bigot
I'm just
against
not comfortable with spending time with a man who
Well, you're
obviously
comfortable
wants
spending
to
time with literally
have
everyone else.
Yeah, because they don't want to fuck me.
Well, you know they've got an old saying, don't they?
What?
It don't matter if she's fat, you dance for the girl that brought you, and I brought you to the dance, so dance.
You didn't bring me to the dance. I'm not. I've avoided the dance. I'm not going to the dance.
Oli, why don't you twerk on film a video of you twerking, yeah, and put it on your YouTube channel, and then I'm sure loads of people want to meet you.
A ball.
Why is it always me that you're wanting to meet?
Because I've met everyone else, and you're the only one that doesn't live in London.
I've been literally said in the thread other day, I'd rather meet up with Pearly than my brother's friend. Like, that's the biggest comment I've ever read.
You live closer, so you're obligated.
Yeah, but you and Eben have got a spark. There's true love there.
You're a bastard, you know that.
You had a girls' day out recently. What are you fucking moaning about?
Why not wait for Mikey to come around?
Yeah, what about your Swedish boyfriend or whatever?
Oh, is he still around? He's
Who,
threatening.
Fam?
No, he's on
Maybe.
Brit.
You've got a boyfriend from Brit?
He's not my boyfriend. He's very threatening.
Who's threatening you?
Most boyfriends are.
I do threaten my girlfriends, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Just a gentle threat.
If you don't
It's like, you cheat on me, I'll kick this shit out of you, you fucking bitch.
It's not even so much that, like, yeah, well, like, if I'd never cheated on me, I'd probably murder him or something. You know, just sit there and look off to the distance.
You know what? If I ever became a serial killer, I'd carve the words "scream" and "shout" onto their faces, and then the police will try and figure out what the motives are, and then
Well,
eventually
how many bricks to the face do you think you could survive?
one.
Care to test it?
No.
Shame.
So we have hit midnight, but we did start the stream late, so we've still got 2.5 more minutes to fill.
Polu,
Yeah.
when are you going to come out as gay to your family?
First off, it's trans, and I'm pretty sure they know based on how I've been dressing recently when meeting them. I've been
Yeah, but
wearing
we're
loose
going to
jeans
like
and tucking.
say, oh, by the way, I've got a boyfriend now. Just like, don't even say it, just say you've got a boyfriend, like as if they should have known the whole time.
Oh, on the stream earlier, he said he wasn't my boyfriend.
Oh.
But that might just be because it was in public.
He's shy.
I mean, if my girlfriend said they're not my girlfriend in public, I would fucking
Smash her into the wall.
smack her in the head, like.
Make it so she's never anyone else's girlfriend.
That was a bit far.
Once again, I'll have to say, I'd be Boney's boyfriend if she were less retarded and would actually send nudes, but
Punch her in the back of the head.
Shubert, you're still probably my favorite person, even though you hate me for supposedly being a racist.
I would hate you less if you just sent me some fucking nudes. Like, damn, bitch, like, come on.
How thirsty do you need to be? You're typical homosexual.
Shut
Well,
up,
it's not
shut.
even about it's not even about Boney being attractive. I'm just genuinely curious.
Well, I'll post some pictures eventually, just when I get the time, because I'm very busy these days.
I mean, frankly, I'd probably rather have recrudescent nudes, but I respect him far too much at this point in time to ask him for that. So yeah.
Thank you very much.
I reckon if I wanted the news, you'd send me like almost instantly. But it's the fact that I don't.
Fuck off, Shout! You're my most hated person here. Now either start dancing or shut up.
I think that's why you always want to meet up with me, because you hate me. There's something about like.
No, I've given up. No, it's fine. I got it. You're not interested. Fine, I ain't interested. Bye.
I think Moni just wants to be hate fucked.
It always pisses me off when subs have bigger dicks than I do.
Yeah.
What a bummer that is.
I don't think many men would have a bigger dick than me. To be honest with you, I'm pretty well endowed.
You're top
yeah, well, you ain't a real man.
Tell me about that shit, sick. Describe it for me.
Yeah. Pretty girthy and thick and heavy.
What are the veins like?
You guys are degenerates.
Any friction burns?
All right, we're ending things. We've just hit 4 hours. Good night, everyone. Thank you for tuning in.
I've had friction burns over the years, and now I've got like a permanent dark patch where